Aku. Prof, will you kindly come up here? I think we will go by the tradition that we clap until he gets the seat. You are welcome, Prof. In addition, we have Dr. Linus Tano, and he is also the Director for Research in the Institute. Doc, will you kindly come up? And finally, we have Pastor Professor Yao Afari Ankoma, and he's the Director of Education in the Institute. Welcome, Prof. Good. So, a brief about my panelist. Professor Frank Sena Aku is a professor of international development, and he holds PhD in international development and 2 research master's degrees in development geography and geophysics. Professor Aku has spent 20 good years of his life teaching and researching in 2 main universities in Ghana. That's University of Development Studies and Presbyterian University, Ghana. Prof has also gone through the mill. He's been a head of department, a dean, a pro-vice chancellor, among others. And he has authored and co-authored a number of publications, including books, journal articles, and book chapters. In fact, one of his publications, entitled, "I Cannot Drink Water on an Empty Stomach, a Gender Perspective on Living with Drought," was adjudged one of the best publications by the World Bank during at the year 2012. I thought you would clap for me then. Prof has participated in a number of workshops and he has presented a number of papers, both nationally and internationally. And he has also won a number of awards, including the topmost scholarship award in Canada. In fact, he also won postgraduate student waiver when he was studying in Canada, and many other things. Currently, Professor Frank Sena Aku is the Vice President of the NAT Institute for Industrial Relations Studies. And he will be talking to us on the topic, Shaping and Sharpening Young Educators. Coming to Dr. Linus, in fact, he is a distinguished senior research fellow and a management development consultant. And he has been in practice for over 15 years and has been involved in both international and national consultancy. In fact, his focus has been to advance national development through high-quality research. Dr. Tano holds a doctorate in management and business studies. He has a research master's in quantitative methods and market research. And in fact, his first degree is in statistics. So you understand him. Doc, over the years, have been serving as an editor for many prominent journals, both in the USA and Singapore. He has also coordinated projects for many organizations, in fact major ones, including the European Parliament, UN, World Bank, Center for Development Research in Germany, and our own Ministry of Education. Doc has contributed to global educational initiatives and policy development. And some of his contributions include research on improving systems of education, that's RISE, by the Center for Global Development in the UK, and the National Education Sector Annual Review by the Ministry of Education, Ghana. Doc's research interests include educational research, business development, youth and gender analysis, among others. Currently, he is the Director of Research at the NAT Institute for Research and Industrial Relations Studies. He will be talking to us on the topic community mobilization for education. Finally, I come to Professor Yao Afari Akama, but his students call him Ya. Yes, that's YAA. Yes. He is a professor of educational planning and educational leadership. He holds PhD in educational leadership, and he also has 2 research master's degrees in educational planning and management. Like me, Prof did his first degree in religious studies, and the old-time UCC people did ed. Over the past 34 years, Prof has been a lecturer at the University of Cape Coast. He has been teaching and researching into educational issues at the graduate level. He has also held a number of administrative positions at the University of Cape Coast, including being a head of department, a vice dean, an acting dean of Faculty of Education, and the director for Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, among others. Prof has also authored a number of publications, including journal articles, books, and book chapters. And he has also participated and presented a number of papers at various conferences and workshops. In fact, he has been an assessor for both students and lecturers. And Prof, over the years, has supported in graduating 11 PhD students and over 100 MPhil and MEd students. Prof has also served on a number of university councils and boards, and he has been involved in several educational leadership and management programs as facilitator and trainer, both in Ghana and outside. Currently, Prof is the Director for Education at the NAT Institute for Research and Industrial Studies. And he will be talking to us on the topic, the role of the pre-tertiary teacher in peace building and democratic governance. So my people, these are the persons and personalities who are going to lead us in discussing the issues. We are going to give them some time to talk to us, give us their various perspectives on the issues that we are discussing, and then after that, we will move into the general discussions. Prof, maybe you take the lead.
Thank you. Please, my PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. Sharpening and shaping, whichever way you want to go. Young educators for a sustainable teaching profession. But before we go on, let us consider these 4 questions. Are young educators the future of the teaching profession? If yes, why? Are young educators the future of sustainable, I underline that, teaching profession? If yes, how can young educators be shaped and sharpened for a sustainable teaching profession? See, teachers are very important in achieving SDG 4, that is Sustainable Development Goal 4, which focuses on inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. As the deadline approaches, that is 2030, about 5 years more, the importance of teachers in achieving SDG 4 cannot be overemphasized. However, in 2022, UNESCO maintained that due to global shortage of teachers, the progress towards SDG 4 was at risk. And we can't run away from the young people when we want to achieve a lot in education. Then the question is, who are the young person in Ghana? The definition of young person differs from one organization to another. But in Ghana, they say from the age of 15 to 35, and that one is even debatable. But for the purpose of our discussion today, we will take the 15 to 35 years as young people in Ghana. And in Ghana, the youth is about 33% of the total population. And that is one of the largest in the history of Ghana. And about 70% of teachers in Ghana are less than 40 years. That is a research conducted by NAT. This means most of the teachers can be said to be young. Statistics also show that about 20% of new teachers have leave the profession in 3 years after joining the teaching profession. In the global front, the teaching profession is not attractive to about 69% of the young people. That is amazing. And a research also conducted in a district in Ghana, I will not mention the district, found out that about 64% of the study participants are looking for opportunities to leave the teaching profession. But we continue to say that the teachers are being paid well, their conditions are okay, but the reason why they want to leave, we don't know. The sustainable educator want to teach in an environment like this. If you are teaching in this classroom, for example, how will you like to leave and go somewhere? Look at the environment, very nice. And the importance of teachers, for that matter, educators, in achieving target 4.7 of SDG 4, as I said earlier on, cannot be overemphasized because they are to ensure that the learners acquire the knowledge and skills to sustainable development. Sustainable development is always used, and somebody said it's just a buzzword. But one good thing about it is that when you use sustainable development, it means it's for a good purpose. So that is one good thing about it, because people define it based on what they think it is, forgetting the original definition in 1993 where this sustainable development came to being. But the issue is that it's a word. When you use it, it means you want to achieve a positive result. Let us look at some of the challenges that our young educators face. One of them is navigating early career stages. You know, we say that teachers go for teaching practice, if I use the right word. But you know, the theory is more than the practice. So, but in the classroom, it's going to be practice. So there's a problem of that. And you see, at times you build the confidence in classroom management. Maybe after university, a teacher is posted to a secondary school to go and teach. The first time you look at the class and some of the students, you may not have the confidence to be able to teach and also manage the classroom for few months or so. So it is a challenge. Limited access to resources and mentorship. As I showed earlier on, they post you to a village primary school in my hometown, and there's no even light over there. So it becomes a problem. Even to stay there is a problem. And lack of strong mentorship programs too. The young teachers need to be mentored in order to take the theory away and concentrate on the practice. Balancing innovation with curriculum standard. Our curriculum is such a way that it is like a box. They put everything in the box, and you don't have to deviate so much from it. There was this young guy that father sent from US to Ghana to come and write the WASI exam. And the father asked me for me to supervise him. I was supervising him, and within 5 months, we prepared him to go and write the private exam. And after the exam, he wrote mathematics, and the teacher who taught him asked him to show him the questions he answered. He showed him. One of them was so difficult, and the teacher asked, "Why did you decide to answer that question?" The guy said, "I can answer it." He asked him to solve it. He solved the questions, and lo and behold, the teacher didn't understand it. The teacher didn't understand it. And that particular teacher is also examiner. So they were going for conference marking in Accra. So he had to send that solution by the student to the center. They went, and the marking scheme that they provided has nothing to do with that, what the student answered, but they all got the same answer. So they discussed it over there, and they used that marking scheme as the second one for marking of that particular question. So if students are given the avenue, if they are given the opportunity to be innovative, rather than putting all our curriculum as a box, we'll be in trouble. If this teacher has not asked this particular student to answer that question, they will go and they will mark it wrong for him because it's not in the marking scheme. So we need to do something about it. Boxing things, putting the curriculum in the box, at times we have to open it for the student to be very innovative. Another one is to improve the status of, so some of the solution to the problem, please jump, yeah. Improve the status and working conditions of teachers. That is why most of them are living. They will leave and go to a rural bank somewhere because the conditions are better. So enhance teachers' welfare, job security, and professional recognitions. Until recently, teachers are not all that respected in society. When you ask somebody, will you go to College of Education or whatever, I say, no, 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 no. I don't want to be a teacher. Why? Support new teachers by inducting them and also to mentor them, which I discussed already. We need to mentor them. Give young teachers the freedom and autonomy to excel. You see, they need models and not critics. Ghanaians, we like to criticize. We criticize more than we construct. We don't put people in good shape for them to be able to work hard. When 2 or 3 people are standing somewhere, they are talking about somebody. When you go to the radio, every news analysis and etc., whether the government has done something good or not, everything is about bad. Please, we need to construct. You see a new teacher who might come from a poor family like me, using maybe about 3 dresses to work every day. Others will be talking about that particular teacher, especially if you are a female. Please, please, we need to stop those things. Please, can we go on? Also, we need to create networks and professional learning communities, that is PLC, and I think now they are doing it very well because the support continuous learning it is not, so far as I am concerned, NAT is doing it very well, and it's one of the reasons why they have established the institute, and the institute has started with them. So I guess other teachers union will also join NAT. Then to also have a space for teachers to be engaged in educational policies. It shows that most often only few people, maybe those at the top, that are engaged in the policy regarding education. And today, for example, I don't know how many young educators are here. I don't think they will not have the opportunity to come now, but they have the sharp brains, so they have to be involved in everything that they do. So to conclude, I would say that, as we said, or we see, the shortage of teachers worldwide will affect future education. Yet, the path to sustainability begins with teachers. I was with one group, and Professor Ankuma was telling me that education is key. And without teachers, we cannot be educated. So education is key to all these sustainable development things that we are talking about. Without teachers, we cannot achieve any goal. There is a need to dignify and diversify the teaching profession. As educators, we also have a responsibility to lead by example, instilling values of sustainability, empathy, and social responsibility in our students. We cannot always be blaming others, but the teachers too. You don't have to leave class early. You don't have to leave early to go and do other jobs. You have to do it, but it should be after classes. To go and drive the taxis, please wait and teach the student very well before you do that. And also by encouraging young minds to think critically, allow them to think critically. They have a lot to offer about the world they live in. We help them to understand their role in building future that is not only prosperous, but also sustainable. And it will come from all of us. So in that program, as I said earlier on, those mentoring and etc., these teachers need them, and we don't have to be laughing at them. Please, we need to mentor them, and the way we want them to be, if we mentor them well, they will. Even in the universities, when they appoint a new person, they give a mentor to that person for at least a year. It will be based on that, the report from the mentor. That is what they will use at times to promote you, or to, after the probation, they can make you a permanent. So the mentorship is very important, and I hope the teacher unions and the Ghana Education Service will take it very, very seriously. On that note, long live Ghana, long live educators, and long live young educators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think Prof has raised some issues that we need to take into consideration. Don't forget of the 4 key questions that he have asked. I think it should engage our minds. He has also informed us of the critical role of teachers, young teachers. And I think if we put these things into practice, it will be of great support. Now we move on to Dr. Linus to give us his perspective on the second issue.
Good morning. I want to start by kind of a scenario analysis, but first I want to find out, I'm sure we are where we are in the community. I mean, where we are currently, we are in the community, and it's called the university community. I'll be taking you through community mobilization for education, building stronger schools in stronger communities. Whilst we are within the university community, I want you to ponder over why are we currently within a community called the university community. I'm bringing this in because we need to appreciate what is called a community to be able to understand the theme I'll be handling. I have 2 scenarios that I want to start with. Scenario 1 is a new teacher that has been posted to a town called Kojokrom. So this new teacher got to Kojokrom and met a group of community members under a tree and asked for direction to a school called Kojokrom DA Primary. It appears none of the community members showed interest. They just looked at him and he walked away. Scenario 2, another teacher had been posted to a different community, met the same scenario, met a number of community members under a tree, asked for direction to the school he has been posted to, and the members were like, oh, I mean, even among themselves, Kwesi, that's where your child attends school, our school. Please, I just want you to reflect over these 2 scenarios whilst I do my presentation. But I have what I call the 10 cues in community mobilization for education, and the 10 cues are the 10 critical questions. The first one is, what are the key components of community mobilization in education? Please take note of the word components. 2, how can communities identify and address educational needs and challenges? 3, how can local governments, community leaders, schools, NGOs, parents, collaborate to improve education and ensure local ownership? Please take note of the word local ownership. 4, what are the main challenges in underserved communities and how can community mobilization address them? Please take note of the word underserved communities. 5, what strategies can improve school infrastructure and resource through community involvement? Please take note of the word community involvement. How can communities ensure the sustainability of educational improvement? Please take note of the word sustainability. How can community mobilization ensure equal educational opportunities for marginalized groups? Please take note of the word marginalized groups. How can technology facilitate community mobilization for educational change, especially in remote areas? Please take note of technology and remote areas. 9, what indicators should be used to assess the effectiveness of community mobilization in education? Please take note of the word indicators and effectiveness. And lastly, how can communities track and evaluate progress to ensure accountability in education? Please take note of the word accountability. For us to appreciate the topic, community mobilization for education, we first need to understand what is a community. That's why I started by talking about the fact that we are currently within the university community. Usually when we talk about a community, the simple understanding is a set of people living together with a common interest. However, I want to believe that we are all coming and we live in specific communities, but our communities have different characteristics. One, every community is defined by shared values and norms. Every community is defined by shared identity. Every community is defined by boundaries, that's locality. Every community is defined by shared experiences. Every community is defined by shared purpose and interests. So once I give these characteristics, please, I want you to reflect and contextualize why are we calling where we are now as the university community. However, for us to appreciate the caption again, I want us to also look at the types of community. We have a rural community and an urban community. For us to appreciate the topic, I want you to really focus on these two communities and their dynamics. I grew from a very remote area in Nkwanta called Krontain, one of probably the remotest areas in Oti region. And what brought me this far is that community sense of belonging. Whatever happens to your neighbor becomes your responsibility. So there was a sense of bond that is in the village. Where I live in Accra, sometimes I see my neighbor in a month because we all leave very early and come back very late. So the question is, if something is happening to me or if something is happening to him, that bond, is it there? Now, when we talk about rural communities, they typically have stronger sense of community than urban communities. Please take note of it. Rural communities typically have stronger sense of community than urban communities. I want to quote something from Brian Solis whilst we look at the conception of a community. A community is much more than belonging to something. It is about doing something together that makes belonging matter. So what we are saying is that it is not about belonging to something, but it's about doing something that makes belonging matter. Please, I'm bringing all this background for us to appreciate the topic within the context. But I want us to look at a community within our school setting. A community within our school setting. Now, we have an idea of a community. Let's move to the next thematic theme, which is community mobilization. Community mobilization. I want you to take note of 3 key themes I'll be bringing out. When we talk about community mobilization, it is not an event, it is a process. Community mobilization is not an event, it's a process. Now, this process is what I call a capacity building process. A capacity building process where communities come together to plan, carry out, and evaluate activities. Now, within community mobilization, you first do what we call organization. You have to organize the community. We'll probably in the course of the discussion, we'll look at that. After organizing the community, you have to engage the community. Through engagement, the members must participate. But most importantly, it's activation. Activation. There are a lot of community mobilization processes that ended at the level of participation. People do participate without necessarily being activated. We'll be looking at that. So a community is not doing things for the community. We'll be looking at that. Community mobilization, we are basically saying that the community should identify its own needs. And here we are talking about the educational sector. So we are talking about educational needs of the community. And then identify resources within the community that can be used to address the problems of the school. So it is about the community doing things for itself, but not others doing things for the community. And here, when we talk about the community within our educational system, we are talking about the stakeholder like the school, the NGOs within the community, and other institutions. Why is community mobilization for education very critical? Please, I just want to share with you some few statistics. Now, if you go to most of our schools, and I'm sure head teachers who are here will talk about deficit in their budgets, where capitation grant is often delayed. Apart from it being delayed, in most cases, it is not adequate. So the question is, can the community be mobilized to adapt to what government is actually doing? Then two, most of our schools are characterized by unhealthy and unsafe schools. Now, a report from the Real Estate Times Africa talk about 5,403 schools under trees and in deplorable structures, and 2,417 schools also under trees. So the question is, if these schools are under trees, what resources are within the community that can be harnessed to bring this school to a defeating level? The next indicator is what we call learning poverty. The UNICEF defined learning poverty as children who are aged 10 years and above but cannot read and write. Now, a statistics from the National Education Assessment shows that 19% to 25% of pupils did not meet the National Education Assessment proficiency criteria. It also went further to talk about 35% to 48% of pupils scoring below competency. So basically, this statistics is talking about the fact that within our schools, or let me use the word, within our communities, numeracy and literacy are issues. Another major issue why community mobilization is very important is the predominance of untrained teachers, particularly within rural communities. Now, NTC 2022 report shows that nearly 45% of primary school teachers and 30% of secondary school teachers are untrained. And the case is worse in the private schools, where about 70% of the teachers are untrained. Please, I'm just trying to draw your attention to why community mobilization is important. We also have inactive SMCs and PTAs. Teenage pregnancy is also another major issue, raising the relevance of community mobilization. Now, a report shows that 15.4% of adolescent girls in Ghana have experienced teenage pregnancy, with the highest rate of 19.5% being in our rural areas. Now, another report from the Ghana News Agency shows that about 30,000 schoolgirls drop out of school annually based on teenage pregnancy or due to teenage pregnancy. Community mobilization, so here, basically, like I said, it's about all the stakeholders within the educational ecosystem coming together to address educational needs. But we have some case studies that at least will serve as some level of reference. So I went to the global literature, and the first one is from New York City, called the Community School Strategy, where literacy classes were organized for parents. It was observed that performance levels were low. And one of the antecedents or one of the indicators facilitating the performance, the low performance, was about the fact that in that rural community, the educational level of the parents were low. So this community mobilization initiative partnered with the school to give women some level of literacy classes, so that even when students are given assignment, basic assignment from school, at least the mother has some basic level of literacy to assist. There is another case study from Kenya, which mobilized community volunteers to conduct learning assessment in households. Now, in Kenya, what happened was that youth who probably were having some level of tertiary education partnered with the community and the school to do what we called home-based assessment to actually identify the antecedents of poor performance. In Uganda, there's also a program called the School Feeding Program, which started in the early 2000s. Now, the Uganda case is where families bring, every home or household will bring foodstuffs and they cook for the schools. I mean, like the school kids. Now, in Nigeria, we also have the Community Mobilization and Reading Program. In Ghana, CANFED, Campaign for Female Education, also introduced the Mobilizing for Girls Education with local communities to establish mother support groups. Now, with the mother support group, old women within the communities were brought together to help students that became pregnant or teenagers that became pregnant but will still want to continue education to take care of the younger ones. Very important case study is the NAT Nkabom CTF project. And as time goes on, we'll look at that. Now, let's look at community mobilization. What is the process? What steps do we go through for community mobilization for education? The first one is to conduct what we call a needs assessment, where you first identify the needs of the school or the community. That's the first one. Then the second is, after identifying the needs, what resources are available within the community that can be used to rectify that need? Please take note of the logic here. Until the community does something for itself, the community will not go outside to look for help. So let me give a typical example. Within the school, a number of desks are broken. The first thing is, if there is that community mobilization within the school, stronger schools and stronger communities, the SMC or the PTAs would have been aware of this. So the first thing is, do we have carpenters within us? So the community will give carpenters who will come as volunteers. Do we have some businessmen within us who want to probably give us some nails? So after all these are done, then maybe if they have to roof a building, after they've even brought, let's say, masons to also raise some blocks, now they don't have the money for the roofing sheets. So now you go beyond the community because the community doesn't have the resources. And this is where external help comes in. So please remember one key point, that in community mobilization, until the community does something for itself, no external stakeholder will recognize the community. Then you talk about stakeholder mapping. I'm sure in the course of the discussion we'll look at that. But what are the major barriers to community mobilization? The first one is lack of awareness and understanding, because there is a gap between the community and the school. Then weak community leadership and organization. So for example, you're a head teacher, you've been posted to a new school. The first thing is to do community entering. At least go to the opinion leaders, introduce yourself to them. But if there is that weak linkage, then it will be difficult to mobilize within that community. One other major challenge of community mobilization has to do with lack of expertise in lobbying and proposal writing. So you would observe that when it comes to the needs of the communities that are beyond their resources, you need to seek for external help. And this external help may come in the form of writing proposals to donors. Another major challenge has to do with attrition of mobilizers. Now, in some communities where there's some level of community mobilization, teachers who have been involved as mobilizers are being transferred. So over time, it is very difficult sustaining those dynamics, one of the most serious policy issues that is currently affecting community mobilization for education is the abolishment of the PTA levies. I believe that when we come into the discussion, we look at this from a policy perspective. To sum up, I have few recommendations. I want to start with a policy recommendation. I propose that there should be a National Community Education Development Fund. A National Community Education Development Fund, which I call the NACAM Fund. Now, this fund is supposed to help communities that have started something on their own as far as education is concerned. So the understanding here is that the community would have come with what we call a community profile booklet indicating the needs of the community and what the community has done within education and the external help that they need. And I want to believe that if you are the Minister of Education and such a proposal comes to you from two schools, you first attend to the school that has what? Made some attempt to solve its own problems. So first, community education, National Community Education Development Fund. 2, community education monitoring and reporting system. Currently, we do not have any system that is monitoring the interventions that communities are bringing on board as far as education is concerned. And then 3, public-private partnership in education. And I propose that we should revisit and revitalize SMCs and PTAs. Another proposal is the establishment of a rural education policy. I'm sure when we go into the discussion, we kept talking about teachers in deprived areas. We kept talking about allowances for them. But even we do not have a standardized definition of a rural area. So as I always say, if we do not know where they are, how do we count them? Program recommendation. There should be capacity building for teachers, head teachers, NGOs, community leaders in advocacy, lobbying, and proposal writing. And I also recommend that every school should have a community profile booklet developed as a joint venture between the community and the school. The community profile booklets will talk about the assets of the community, its resources, and its needs, and what the community has been able to do using its own resources and can now approach donors using the community profile booklet as a proposal. Operationalization of the school open day initiatives. And lastly, incorporating of local knowledge into our curriculum. We would only appreciate our curriculum only when we have local content in the curriculum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. We are grateful. I think Doc has taken us to covered almost everything that we need to know. And I think we are grateful. Finally, we want to move to Prof. Prof, will you kindly lead us in the next session?
Good morning once again. I'm going to be very brief because we know what I'm going to talk about already. I'm going to talk about the teacher. We have talked about the students, the learners. The two speakers have talked more about the learners and the communities and so on. So I now want to talk about us. I believe all of us here are teachers. All of us are teachers, and therefore we know who we are. Indeed, as Professor Aku said, education is key in every developmental process, whether it is about peace building or whether it is about democratic governance. It is education that drives everything to its successful conclusion. But if you are talking about education, it is the teacher who is at the center stage. I'm not talking about teacher-centered education. I'm talking about the facilitator, the one who has to facilitate to ensure that this learner-centered approach in getting education across will be realized. It is the teacher. Very often, we talk about the surprising atmosphere that characterizes the teacher, and that's why many people shy away from becoming teachers. And yet, teaching is the best profession, and it is the number one profession. Whether we like it or not, that is the truth, the gospel truth. And so, if people will not happy us, we will happy ourselves. Yes. Because without us, we cannot have the generation that we're talking about, that we call it next generation. The next generation, empowering them. Who will empower them? It is the teacher. And so if we have to empower a generation that is for the next movement, then it means that the teacher component is very important. Now, we are talking about democratic governance. We are talking about peace building. These are things that we want to entrench in our society. Peace building, to have peace prevailing all over the country. And then also to be able to participate more in governance. Democracy means ensuring that everybody is having a part to play in the process. And so if we want to empower the generation that we say next generation, we want to empower them for action now. You see, the point is that they are termed the next generation because their major usefulness will be felt in the future. But they can be involved in the democratic process and the peace building now. And therefore, the teacher has a role to play. The teacher indeed has roles to play, not just a role. In other words, it is a hydra-headed role that the teacher has to play. I want to save time because I want us to give some feedback. So, we want to talk about some 4 key areas where the teacher can, or teacher should be looked on for his empowerment of this generation for action now. The first one is promoting civic education on peace building and democratic governance. You see, if we entrench civic education in the system, as we are doing, but to hype it and to enhance it, we already do it through the social studies. Is it syllabus or is it syllabus? Or now they want to call it curriculum. Okay, the social studies curriculum. But what we are talking about is that if every teacher does this in every course that he or she handles, it means that much of this entrenchment will be felt all over. You see, the teacher is found everywhere. The pre-tertiary teacher, for that matter, is found everywhere in this country. Across the length and breadth of the country, we find the teachers there. And so if the teachers you see the person who is going to sit down, she is my student. Yes. And she always mentioned this everywhere that Rosaya is my teacher. Nana, you are welcome. Yes. You intentionally came at this time when I'll see you so that I can mention it. Is that so? All right. So, Nana, I'm talking about the teacher, who is going to empower the next generation for action now. And the action is about peace building and democratic governance. The teacher has a strong role, and we are starting from the point of entrenching civic education into the system. And here we are saying that if we incorporate civic education, it's not the NCCE, but the one that happens in the school, not only through the social studies course, but also in all the courses that we teach, whether it is mathematics, whether it is language and literacy, whether it is geography, whether it is music, and especially music. It is going to be very easy for us to make the children feel the need to maintain peace wherever they are, and also to be involved in democratic processes. So they will know the rights, human rights, they have democratic values that enhance togetherness, cooperation, and networking. And then also critical thinking in areas that enable us to work together. And so teachers will be able to do these things in all the courses that they teach. And then, not only that, teachers have a way of always simulating the outside world where they are. So in the classroom, in the school, in that small school community, they can simulate what they want the students to be doing, the learners to be doing outside, in their homes, in the larger community. They can simulate it in the small school community. So they can organize role plays and so on, activities that will ensure that they are engaged in dealing with conflict resolutions and so on. You know, conflicts happen everywhere. Wherever human beings are together, there are conflicts. And then even when you are alone, you experience conflicts within. So if these processes are simulated at the school level, the children will know how to handle these things. And when they get home, they will be able to guide their parents, their siblings, and all the people in the community to be able to imbibe some of these ideas. Now, the second area is to foster peace building and conflict resolution within the school and learning environment. The school is also a community or a society for that matter, where we have different human beings gathered. And so the teachers should, in the first place, teach how to handle conflicts. So teach them some basic conflict resolution or management skills, equipping them with these skills, basic rudimentary skills on how to mediate in case some of them are involved in some skirmishes, how they'll be able to mediate, how to be able to resolve those conflicts. And then they will also help in promoting empathy, fellow feeling among themselves, so that they will be able to appreciate the diverse personalities that they encounter in the school. You see, whether we like it or not, there are individual differences. Individuals have their different characteristics, how they engage, how they relate, how they talk, and how they do their own things. And sometimes they appear strange to some people, and therefore, in the school community, teachers should help the students or the learners to appreciate the different and the divergent characteristics that they encounter in the school so that they'll be able to tolerate them and to live at peace with each other. Sometimes there are some individuals who have the tendency of lording it over others. We call that bullying. It is everywhere. Somehow, you don't know how these things come up, but we will be meeting them everywhere. So teachers should help to address some of these things that from time to time, come up in the system. And so that they will let them know that even if some tendency is within you to try to push somebody, to kick somebody, learn to stop it. Teachers will be able to help so that the place becomes a peaceful one for everyone to stay there and learn nicely. And the third one is encouraging student community engagement and participation. So the students, the learners, the teachers should organize community projects. There are various ways of doing this. Sometimes the teachers will intentionally look at a community need, including maybe doing some cleanup exercise somewhere. They have to look at some space somewhere and engage the students there, the learners there, to be involved in some of these activities. Then they can also encourage student leadership, students' engagement in leadership activities in the school. In fact, we should encourage the students to like to be leaders. There are various ways of creating positions, creating areas where students will function as leaders in small ways. Even in the classroom, you can have opportunities where you put the students together, the leaders together, and then you appoint a leader, an assistant, a scribe, and so on and so forth. And you rotate in different contexts, in different lessons. You will get the students to be leading as the lead, to take the role of leaders in those engagements, and by so doing, they will get to feel what it means to lead and what it means to follow. And once they learn these things, they will be practicing democratic governance. Then the last thing that I want to talk about is building school partnerships and collaborations. Building school partnerships and collaborations. The other one is encouraging student community engagement and participation. This one is building school partnership and collaborations. So here, it's about the teachers facilitating the process of collaborating with the local authorities, partnering with the local authorities, the traditional leaders, the community organizations, so that they will use that as a process to promote peace building and democratic governance. Then they will also help the learners to engage in networking with other schools. So once they establish these networks, whether it is through games, what do you call those things? Debate, and other things. Some of these things enhance, brotherliness, and then they also promote this network of learning communities. And so it is important that this is created intentionally to ensure that students will get this opportunity. Then the final thing is engaging with parents and communities, where strong relationships are built with parents and communities to promote a culture of peace and community. It is believed that if we are able to work through these 4 processes, plus several others that you are going to talk about, we will be able to engage the students, empower them, the learners, empower them, not only for the future, but for action now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. People, I think they presented their perspectives to us, and that we want to engage them in areas that we want them to throw more light on, or maybe have a contribution to make. But before that, I have some questions. This may go to either Professor Aku or anyone who want to answer. In Professor Aku's presentation, as one of the solutions, he talked about the PLC, that's the professional learning communities. This is being practiced in the schools currently, especially at secondary schools and that kind of thing. But teachers are rebelling against it. So how can we, ensure that teachers, the current teachers, accept this and practice it so that the young teachers will now come in to join?
I think the question is, why are they rebelling? We need to know that first, because if you don't know the reason, it will be difficult to solve it. So maybe some of the teachers here will be able to tell us the reason why they don't want it. Yeah. Oh no. They can say why it is waste of time or why they think it's not important, because it's very important. So if the teachers can throw more light on it, then we'll be able to respond positively. Thank you.
So my people, those of you who are not too much interested, maybe you have to tell us why you are not that interested. That's good. Now, Prof. Aku also talked about ways of motivating or attempting to attract young teachers into the system. But you have old statistics, and I think that of Dr. Linus also told us that most teachers leave at the early stages. I don't know whether you know why they leave and how we can counter that. Maybe this was Prof. Prof, will you be? Yes.
Well, as a teacher, let me stand. You see, teachers leave, and it's especially in our dispensation, Ghana here, the stigma that has been attached to the teaching profession has unfortunately been entrenched for quite some time. It has taken many years. It wasn't like that at the beginning. People loved teaching, just as if you go to some countries, teaching is the prized profession. In Ireland, you see lawyers struggling to become teachers. You see medical doctors struggling to become doctors, bankers struggling to become teachers, struggling to become teachers. But in Ghana, people are shying away. And so when they are in, they want to run away, even when they know that now the salaries have improved. And, okay. So we want more, eh? Just that. You see? So it means that the salaries have not been quite good in the past. Today, it is being enhanced a little. But still, it is not enough. It is not enough, isn't it? So it is still not enough. So there are two things that are driving teachers away. Salaries don't seem to be quite attractive, and that the image too, the teacher image from the society level is also not the best. But these things, I believe, we can work it out. We can happy ourselves by the way we conduct ourselves in society. And I think these days we are doing well. we are making tremendous strides towards improving and enhancing our image. And therefore, let's keep it up. We will get there. But the salary, tell the government for us.
Well, I'm coming from a home of teachers, and any platform I get, my mother was a teacher, my father was a teacher, my wife is a teacher. But to come back to the question, the standard of living of my parents motivated me to learn hard, because I look at when my dad went into retirement, my mom did, my uncle did. Then I asked myself, am I also going to go the same line? It comes back to the standard of living for teachers. That's the first one. The second one also has to do with, I think Professor could talk about mentoring. Usually a new teacher comes, I think within the first 3 years, we call them new entrants. So someone from the classroom straight into the teaching profession, most cases they are sent to the rural areas. And my research work, we've gone to places where you see teachers and you ask yourself, is this an environment for a human being to live? So it comes back to the question I talk about. We shouldn't put all the issues of our education in one box. Let's segment them. And I always talk about the rural issues. Let's tackle that. The other issue has to come on mentoring. I met a mentee, a new entrant, who told me the first day he got into the school he was posted to, an elderly lady who was almost into retirement, I think a year or two, told her that, have you seen my life? I started this way and I'm going this way. So already we ourselves are also condemning the profession. Lastly, I'm young, but one thing I do remember, those days, when you talk about a teacher in a community, that teacher is seen as the professor in the community. Now, how do we approach the profession? The kind of stigma we are getting from the community with the greatest humility is a reflection of how we ourselves approach the profession. How do we dress to school? That is your office. If the banker can wear a tie, can't you also? I mean, sometimes let's go to Kantamanto. You can get a nice suit, a nice skirt, and still look good.
Thank you very much, Doc. Okay, people. So now, I want to take the first three. Please, can we be together? The first three. So I see one hand here, one there, and one here. Three. The first three. The lady, please here. The lady. Good. And then the man after the cameras, beside the cameras, and then here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Augustina. My question goes to Dr. Lenos. You made mention of community involvement or community mobilization in education. I did my own research in one way or the other, and I've realized that these schools that have been built, community day schools, the senior high schools, most of the students are ignoring those schools and rather moving to the city to attend the public schools or the big schools. So I just want to find out whether the government didn't do needs assessment. The needs assessment has to do with engaging with the community to know what they need the most. And so they build these schools to support the community. And then in the concluding part of your submission, you talk of the involvement of the local language into the curriculum. And I just want to add that there is a program known as Lively Mind. Lively Mind is now recruiting mothers to just use either 40 minutes or 30 minutes to interact with the KG children, with the local dialect, so that to motivate them. There are certain children, they don't know some of the words in the English, but in the local dialect they know. And so these mothers are there to just interact with the children, and then it helps a lot. Thank you very much. Yes, but this particular program is good and it's helping teachers, but they are not motivating the mothers. The mothers are not coming, but no motivation. So we are just pleading that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When I am part of a program like this and the authorities are presenting, and it's about teachers or education, I get inspired. But getting to the tail end of their presentation, I become disappointed somehow. The disappointing is that I think sometimes when you, the authorities, you give us the encouragement that the teaching profession is the best profession or the best job. And then you also admit the fact that the conditions within which we work are not the best. And then at the end of the day, you also try to encourage us that we must, if nobody is motivating or encouraging us, we must encourage ourselves or happy our own selves. It's true, we will do that. We are trying our best. We can go to the Makala market and get the Thai, the awam suit and whatever it is to make ourselves look good. But it will look like we are doing outside gentility home cry. So please, I think if you are very angry, like how we are angry, you will be able to push more for us. But if you look somehow comfortable and you feel we must also pretend as if we are comfortable, you will not be able to push enough for this. Because for me, I cannot do enough. What I'm saying here, it won't reach anywhere if you don't carry it out. It will remain in this room. But if you are feeling like how I'm feeling, you can carry it and push more. And the people that matter will know that, will see that the teacher is the reason this nation is living, is surviving. And so when they are coming out with the policies, they will not only think about the children, but think about the teacher and also come up with something that will make the teacher comfortable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mine is to dog. You talk about community ownership. Here lies the case. You have a school roof off. Parents are ready to re-roof. Education is telling you cannot do it because you need to seek permission from the assembly. So assembly should come and do it. And it's there for months, and assembly couldn't do it. And unfortunately or fortunately, government has changed hands. And the roof is still there. What do you do in this case? Thank you.
Okay, I want to start by quickly responding to the second person who asked a question. Please, maybe internally the heat we are feeling for you, you can't feel it because it's within us. But probably we are hungrier than you as teachers. Yes, because we have practical evidence to the challenges you are going through. And that is why whenever we get opportunity like this, we try to see how policy can address some of the challenges. Madam, I want to start from you in a case where the school building the roof is over and assembly says I'll come in. The first thing we have to remember is that the school belongs to a community, whether built by government or built by the community. all these stakeholders, the assembly, the school itself, the government, must always be one. Now, it's possible that all that has happened, and in some schools you see head teachers taking these initiatives on their own, which is very good, but the assembly is not aware. That's the first one. Two, the local leadership is also not aware. And I have always proposed what we call a joint venture. Whenever you have that community profile booklet I talk about, which must be updated periodically, then the assumption is that that particular need of the school within that time would have gone into the updated community profile booklet, which would have profiled the condition of the school, even with pictures in it. Now, there is no voice bigger than the voice of the community. And we always encourage a form of a dialogue where all these stakeholders would always come together. So to respond to you, the first one should be involvement and ownership. Let at every point in time, all these stakeholders get involved. Because if the pupils within that community are not able to get access to education, yet the community is ready to what? Help, the voice of the community would always outright the voice of the government or the local authority. So it comes back to all these three stakeholders always working together. But the unfortunate thing is that sometimes we plan in isolation, and when it comes to implementation, we want to implement together, which is not possible. So we should always plan together, and when it gets to implementation, it will be easier for us. I think Madam also talked about the site, a secondary school that have been cited and the students are not patronizing it. I want to assume that even in this case, the students who are the beneficiaries were probably not even consulted about the site. So it comes back again to engagement. It's even possible that the local authority gave the land to government without consulting the community. So it still comes back to the point that's why I call the community mobilizers. So usually the community mobilizers is made up of averagely a team of 6 people, maybe 2 from the community, 2 from the school, and then probably 2 from other agencies within the community who would always work together. But all that we are saying is that at any point in time, we should always do a stakeholder mapping and a stakeholder analysis. Who are the potential beneficiaries of the project? Let's listen to them. And I believe that when we get all these stakeholders involved, some of these problems will not come.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will take another set of 3. There's a hand here, the far end. And then at the corner. 1, 2, and 3. And please let your other contribution or question be direct and brief so that we can have more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, the panel members. So, I want to preface briefly my question with some comments. So we're talking about empowering the next generation. We've heard so much here. We heard so much yesterday. So I'm just going to focus on the 5 P's. I'm only going to focus on the people and prosperity. Now we all know we're in the 21st century. We are in the 5th industrial revolution. We've even passed the 4th. How are we empowering this next generation? And who is doing the empowerment of this next generation so that they will be able to prosper and function in this 21st century world, which is already 25 years old? And in this case, I'm talking about modern and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. The people we are looking at here are the parents. Well, I'm looking at parents, teachers, and the students, and policymakers themselves. If we ourselves are not empowered to understand these emerging trends, how do we then empower the next generation? That's my question. By the way, I didn't introduce myself briefly. I'm Professor Yao of University, founding dean, School of Continuing and Distance Education.
Please, let's have the three, and then we can respond. Yes, the back there. Who will be able to respond to this? Tell me. Who do you want to respond?
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Sifa. Yeah, I want to make a case for teenagers who get pregnant. I'm talking from the functionalist perspective. That as soon as a teenager becomes pregnant, then he's written off. Means that whatever it is that teenager can do, becoming an adult, it's thrown somewhere. It means that teenager is written off. That's what I'm trying to say. But I think that given the fact that one of the challenges of mobilizing the community is teenage pregnancy, I want to suggest that we put in place a kind of a support system. Okay? Support system so that even if the parent, due to poverty, cannot support the child to develop, at least that system can help in supporting the child. I remember my teacher in the training college sometimes said that the country is moving very fast, or the world is moving very fast. So we should move faster to remain where we are. So if that is the case, at least that teenager, if supported, will be able to come out with what he or she is endowed with. You know, it's not only the girl child who is a teenager. The boy too is a teenager is impregnating a teenager, sort of. And out of that adventure, they shouldn't drop out, out of it. That's what I want. So I am suggesting that we think of a support system for them. Professor, good morning.
Good morning. I've responded for you. Okay, the last one. Yeah. I think the last person here. Please. Oh, okay. You take it.
Thank you so much. I am Elsie. I'm also a teacher. And I would like to say a very big thank you to Nana Amba Iyaba, my queen mother, my teacher at the secondary school, Prof. Ya, my lecturer at UCCIP, Dr. Linus, you emboldened me. Thank you very much. I have some 3 questions that are personal to me, and I always will give it out to others. One is, what is the mindset of the new teacher in the new century, the 21st century? What is your mindset? What plans have you set for yourself? What is the focus? What is the target for the next 23 years of your early teaching life? And how do you want to be addressed? No matter where you find yourself, I have chosen to magnify my office. Because people will address you the way you are addressed. So this is my mindset, and this is what I carry, and this is what I give to others around me. I think we can all adapt from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that is in sync with what Professor Ya said, that if people will not, happy us, we must happy ourselves. That does not in any way suggest that we don't appreciate the situation that teachers find themselves now. And in fact, it is one of the critical issues that pushed NAT into setting up the NAT ARIS. So please, we are concerned about teachers' situation, and we will do everything possible to help improve upon that. Let's take the last one, and then they respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. All that we've been doing yesterday up to now is about the next generation. Coincidentally, I have an issue in my school, the school where I head, and I've attended a very important program and want to be informed as to how to even go about it. During the holidays, a girl child got a lot. The JHS2 student got a lot. The father called me on phone a week before the opening and told me. So, on the very day of the opening, I invited the PTA and the SNS. We discussed, and the agreement was that we should invite the offender and the offended. That's the man's family and the girl's family. We invited them. So as the girl's family was coming, they came along with the man's family. They came along with the girl they yelled. So the PTA came and asked, have you come for the girl to us? Or you've come for us to discuss and you still go home with her as a wife? They said they had come to hand over the girl for her to continue education. We agreed, but certainly the girl had been with them over a week. Certain actions may have taken place. When people marry, there are reasons why they marry. So if we just take the girl that way, and probably in a week's time, we begin to see signs of pregnancy, what do we do? So the agreement was that we should test the girl for pregnancy, together with the two families and the PT and SNC. We send the girl to the clinic for a test, which was negative. An idea came again that early stage may not be detected. We should test the next week. So the next week is yet to come. That is this Friday. And Monday, the day before yesterday, the girl dressed up to go to school, and all of a sudden got vanished. Again. So when they found out, it was that she was with the men again. And we had warned them, even when she runs to you, take her back. Otherwise, if you hadn't eloped her, she wouldn't be running to you. Otherwise, we'll still come for you. Now, where we are now is this. I was called and told yesterday that the girl has been taken out of town. The father agreed with me yesterday that together with the PTA, he would go to the education office and lay a complaint so that it would be taken from there. This morning he called me and was asking whether there will be any financial implications. I now ask myself, so if it's financial implications, am I to bear it? You are the parent. I know the part to play. Now the PTA also said that the way it is like the parents are not showing interest. Where do I go from here? I called the gender desk officer for the education directorate. She said, if the parents show interest, let them come with the girl's birth certificate. In fact, this is a 14-year girl. June 2020, she was born. She will be 15 only in June. Now we are every day thinking about policies to improve the girl child, building the next future, and the girls are being taken away. The statistics master gave, you realize that in the rural villages, that's where the pregnancies are coming, and that's where the elopements are happening. Nobody's doing anything. What do I do? Do I just go sit down and do my work as a teacher, go for my salary? Because the system doesn't seem to be working. Anybody that you think is involved should be part of it. It's not giving any support. So from here, I'm still wondering what to do about the matter when I'm back in Upper West. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have enough to. Okay, I was thinking of going for the last one, but the way you are pushing me, this may be the last. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. In fact, I think the first speaker talks about the bulkiness of the curriculum. I don't know. Teachers can bear with me. How many teachers have they normally consulted before developing the curriculum? Then again, when you look at the curriculum, those of you who did curriculum studies, you will testify that we have two different types of curriculum. When it comes to Ghana, you pick the bulk on we the implementers. I have a case before this new curriculum. When you still visit those books, you develop a curriculum which is for this whole nation. Somebody from the Upper West, who doesn't understand you, you put upon Chiba. What does the child understand? Even the teacher himself doesn't understand what. And you have to teach English what? Comprehensive. Then again, when you go to Akiola, under tourism, they say what? The one-hour palace. Even with the name one-hour palace, they put Upper East. So where do we go? So when you look at the curriculum, it's like we are only there to implement, but we have no suggestions. But when you look at some other countries, when the curriculum is developed and it's being sent out, maybe from the Upper West region, we can look at some of the things, maybe in terms of tourist sites. The Upper West, we have other tourist sites. Go and pick the curriculum that they have given us. We have a lot of tourist sites in the Upper West region, but they will be talking of Kwame Museum, and outside, meanwhile, we have, in terms of a curriculum development or education, you learn from what?
If you be brief.
What? And no.
Okay. If you be brief, it will help us.
If I
be brief.
Okay. So I think that is my first comment. Then in terms of the peace bond, please, let's be. I think we are here for this purpose.
Yes, but we have time. You know, another session is to come.
In terms of peace bond, like the second speaker, sometimes the communities are not consulted before these structures or schools are put up. Where there is a conflict, serious one, even to the extent the student will carry it to the school. How do you manage such a situation as a teacher? Thank you.
Okay, please, Prof, can we respond to them, and then you bring the session to a close.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the last one. The conflict in the community that is brought to the school community. In fact, that is why there's the need for us to have peace building initiatives in the school in the school already, so that when it is brought from the community, it will not find space. It will not find, because we have learned to live peacefully. The structures that have been built in the school do not allow for conflicts to prevail, to grow, if you like. And so when they bring it, in fact, it's going to help even to go back, because of what is happening in the school. When it is brought to the school, it will be nipped in the bud, and then this person will go back and realize that no, what is happening in the school appears to be different from what is happening here. And so he or she will be able to educate some of the peers. It's usually the peers who engage in these activities. So we'll be able to educate the peers, and then it will have a rippling effect, positive rippling effect in the community. So gradually, what happens in the school will help to build up peace in the community. So that is how we think we can help to deal with it. Prof, my dear friend, yes, so that is at saying, that's in P. I don't know how to say it in Wala. Yes. So you see, we are living in a world that is galloping. It's like the fire that is raging in Los Angeles. You can't stop it. It is just moving very fast. digitalization has caught up with the entire global community, and we can't stop it. We cannot pretend there is nothing we can do about it, but to be part of it. This artificial intelligence has come to stay. When it was being discussed, people were saying that no, let's stop it, let's not bring it up. But quickly it has grown, and there are several versions of the artificial intelligence. And they are all with us. So it means that whether we like it or not, we as a people, we need to do everything possible to be part of this digital community. And I'm happy about the fact that we are creating a ministry that has part of the digitalization component. You see, if we as teachers, yes, we are in the rural, many of us are in the rural enclaves. But the little that we can do over there, we need to do it so well so that our influence will be felt in the area of digitalization, including artificial intelligence. Our students at the very lower levels, we must be able to find a way of engaging them, not in the deep-seated aspects of the digitalization and artificial intelligence, but there are certain things that they can do. This robotics and so on, they are all aspects of the artificial intelligence. And now we have P5 people who are engaged in robotics. So it means that there are certain possibilities that we can create everywhere. Not only in the urban communities, not only in the cities, not only in the towns, but also in the villages. The little that can be done, let us do it so that we are not left behind. Otherwise, the gap will become too huge, and then we'll be found wanting in many aspects of the global discourses. So, Prof, I think that whatever it takes for us to get there, we need to do it, whether we like it or not, because we cannot wait. The world is not waiting for us. We have to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And all too soon, we've come to the end of our time. And I want to say a very big thank you to my panel members. And also to thank you very much for listening to us. I think the conversation should continue among us, so that at the end of the day, we get something substantial. Thank you very much.
So please, shall we give a bigger round of applause for our very distinguished panelists from Ghana National Association of Teachers. Dr. Ejidin Boakling, thank you so much for your time and your presence. Professor Akun, Dr. Tano, and Professor Fari, we are really grateful. We believe that there's a lot of food for thought. There's a lot of discussion to continue. We really need to think of how we can be relevant as teachers in this 21st century. So I pray that discussion continues even after you have left here. And I believe that you have also heard some of the needs that have been voiced out today, and you will work with them as you go back. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. So the session still continues. Our very next one is the panel on peace and democratic governance, and it's going to be led by the team from IDEC as well as Madam Kathleen Adi. We just have a few more minutes and they will soon be in, just about 10-15 minutes and they'll be in. So in the meantime, we will just relax and wait a bit till they get here. I was told that some of us registered whilst we made a payment. We registered in the name of our companies. And so please try and get to the registration desk and ascertain your full name. So all they have are the names of your companies and not your actual names. And so it will be very difficult for them to give you the certificates at the end of the day. So if you know you registered using your organizational name or your company name, kindly let us know. Then also, there's a vehicle in the car park. It's a white Hyundai, and I think it has been left unattended to. So will the owner please, I'm not sure if I have the car number, but it's a white Hyundai, so please get to the car park and then attend to it. Give us another 10 minutes and we will begin with our next session. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the 76th Annual New Year Schools Panel Discussion 4 here at the ISA Conference Center, University of Ghana, Legon. I'd like to wish you all a very happy New Year. This year, the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEG, is delighted to be partnering the Annual New Year School as a CSO partner for the conference. My name is Patrick Richard Okine, and I work with the Institute for Democratic Governance. You'd all agree with me that for an important conference like this, and for our panel discussion, you need someone who can moderate and steer the affairs of the program to its logical conclusion. And I'm delighted to introduce someone who I believe that fits the purpose for this panel discussion as our moderator. There is a wind of change that is blowing in Ghana with the election of our new and first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. And you'd also be aware that the University of Ghana, Legon, has as its chancellor a woman. And the vice chancellor is also a woman. The registrar is a woman. And IDEG has long been following the tradition and vision. And so I have the singular honor and privilege to introduce to you our moderator, who is also a woman. I would like to, if you would allow me, to read a brief profile of hers for starters, and then she will take up the rest of the program. She is a renowned academic and researcher in the field of communication studies. She is currently the director for the Center of International Relations and former head of the Department of Communication Studies at the University of Media Arts and Communication Institute of Journalism, that's UNIMAC, IJ. She is a founding member and managing director of Synergy Strategica. She is also a lecturer with over 12 years of experience in media and communication studies, and is widely recognized for her excellent performance and contributions to success in the communication training industry. Her history of improving course strength and modernizing instruction with a fresh and forward-thinking approach to education, and her the position of head of department communication studies at Ghana's lead communication university, the Ghana Institute of Journalism. Prior to becoming a lecturer in 2009, she was a corporate communications manager at the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. She later obtained a PhD in media and communication in 2017 from the University of Leicester, and she is focused researcher who is dedicated to innovative, dynamic, and organized work. She has extensive knowledge of celebrity politics, political communication, political marketing, celebrity, gender, and cultural studies research. She has published several publicly available research papers in the areas of celebrity, politics, and gender. And she has been nominated to serve on the GIJ Council. She's been the president of the GIJ chapter of the University Teachers Association of Ghana, Utah, since 2019. She was also appointed the president of the Leicester Ghana Alumni Chapter in 2021. In 2020, she was nominated as an Alumni of the Year Awards finalist of the University of Leicester. I also know that she's a board member of the Graphic Communications Group. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding round of applause, help me welcome our moderator, who is also my lecturer at the Master's Development Communication class. And I'm proud to welcome Dr. Laurentia Ejapon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all very much for coming for this very important discussion this morning. A discussion that we started last year at the same time in this very room, and we are going to continue this very important discussion that is supposed to lead towards encouraging more of our citizens to participate in local governance. The policy framework for the current local governance system in Ghana is based on the 1992 Constitution and the Local Governance Act, Act 936 of 2016. Under the current system, political parties are allowed to contest national elections, but are prohibited from participating in local level elections as stipulated in Article 553 of the Constitution, and I quote, "Subject to the provision of this article, a political party is free to participate in shaping the political will of the people, to disseminate information on political ideas, social and economic programs of a national character, and sponsor candidates for elections to any public office other than to district assemblies or local or lower local government units." End of quote. Consequently, the position of the chief executive, or the MMDCs as we know of, at the local levels are appointed by the president. The current arrangement gives the central government a vast range of powers over local governments, rendering them weak, unable to take initiative, and making it very exclusionary. This dysfunctional arrangement impedes the performance of the various MMDAs, and this is because while in principles, these MMDAs are supposed to be independent, are supposed to be an independent arm of the executive government. Under the current constitutional provision, they operate as functionaries of a national president elected along political party lines, who then appoints these MMDCs based on their party affiliations. Thus, MMDCs are unable to perform as independent agents within the structure of executive power. Moreover, this dysfunctional arrangement undermines the democratic basis of decentralization by reversing the normal direction of accountability. It enforces upward accountability of MMDCs towards the central government rather than downward accountability towards citizens at the local level. Recent controversies surrounding confirmation of nominees by the former president for MMDC positions in 2021 involved assembly members openly and boldly declaring their party affiliations. For instance, in the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, some assembly members who organized a press conference, to announce their decision to return money gifts they had received from the MCE nominee, admitting that they associated with the NDC. Similarly, after the last district level elections, NPP members were seen jubilating that their members won most of the districts. The fact therefore still remains that although political parties are prohibited at the local level, they have infiltrated the local government system, not because they want to break the law, but out of the desire to participate in the most consequential level of governance in the country. One reason that is commonly cited for excluding political parties from district assembly elections is the need to prevent the reoccurrence of negative practices such as vote buying and monetization at the local level. But the banning of political parties at the local level has not resolved this problem. In 2021, the endorsement processes of MMDCs was marred by open confessions of giving and taking of bribes, as stated earlier. In Drabin, for example, a DCE nominee was caught on tape, openly demanding a refund of his monies, allegedly paid to bribe assembly members to vote for him after the assembly had rejected his nomination. There are several evidence that shows that the existing local government setup has failed to ensure equitable, inclusive, and participatory governance in the local system. In a 2021 CDD Ghana survey, an overwhelming 75% of respondents admitted that their local assemblies have performed badly in ensuring transparency and openness at the assembly level, and in responding to development challenges and soliciting inputs from community members into annual district development plan. There is widespread and growing dissatisfaction with service delivery such as water, electricity, shelter, healthcare, education, and jobs at the local level. And this explains why many citizens have and continue to call for transformational reforms in our local government system. Most of the advocacy has been to amend Article 553 to allow for multi-party democracy at the local level, and 2431 to elect MMDCs. This will lead to a total overhaul of the local government system and eventually enhance it. Unfortunately, there are divided views on the matter. That is why this discussion is very important. The discussion will seek to look at the realities of the current system and provide some answers to critical questions that can improve our current local government system. And most importantly, propose a feasible recommendation that will lead to a functional local government system that enhances accountability to citizens, promotes citizens' participation, inclusion, and ensure a transformational development that we as a people seek. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our panel members who will help us to critically dissect this issue. So first, and in no particular order, I want to invite Professor Atuayi. Professor Ayi is a former professor at the Department of Political Science and currently sees himself as an independent scholar. He has, to his credit, over 210 publications in several areas of public policy and administration, politics, governance, and leadership. And he has consulted widely for several local and international organizations. He is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences since 2005. So, ladies and gentlemen, you all know that he will make very important inputs in this discussion. My next panelist is Dr. Mame Jando. Yeah. Dechi Jando, yes. Doc is a senior lecturer and the immediate past head of the Department of Political Science. And her area of specialization is in comparative politics, politics of the developing world, democratization, democracy and elections in Africa, gender and politics. Her current research covers civil society and its relationship with government and states, civil society and its role in elections and democracy in Ghana, civil society and political extremism in Ghana, ethnicity and democracy in Africa, and the role of the international community in Ghana's democratization. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panelist, who I'm sure has the credentials to actually make a contribution to this discussion. Our third panelist is Professor Kofi Kwashigan. Prof is a renowned Ghanaian academic and a legal expert. He is a professor at the University of Ghana's Law School and has served as the dean of the school from 2008 to 2019. Prof's teaching and research interest is in constitutional law, among others, and he is also a member of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, with this panel, I know that we are going to have a very interesting discussion. We will invite members of the public to also ask questions after the discussion. So I hope we are all going to be attentive and ready to partake in this deliberation. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Thank you. Our final panelist, and please, sorry for that, is Dr. Akwete, who is the Executive Director of IDEC. I think everybody knows Dr. Akwete. He doesn't need any introduction. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so as I have previously in my opening remarks said, the discussion is going to be about our local assembly system as we have it now, what has worked for us and what hasn't worked for us. And our panel members are going to help us to critically dissect this issue that we have. So my first question, which I think the best person that I think can open this up for us is Professor Atuayo. I think this will be a very good opener. So in your estimation, to what extent does the current local government system promote accountability, citizen participation and engagement, and give us effective public service delivery?
Okay, thanks a lot, moderator. Happy New Year to all of you. I will not completely write off the current local government system that we have. What I need to say is that it needs fine-tuning. And fine-tuning means we need transformative reform rather than administrative reform. If you look at the current system, we are saying that the parties should not be involved. But we all know that the political parties are involved, even though they have been banned. So that's number one. Number two, the issue of accountability. If you look at the current system, the metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCs, are appointed by the president. So they are first nominated by the president. Assembly will vote on them, and then the president will appoint. Now, what has happened is that the MMDCs rather feel that they are more accountable to the president than to the electorate, because the electorate do not nominate or do not vote for them. And so as a result, some of the MMDCs have been disrespectful of Nananom and others. They have run riot. There is impunity by some of the MMDCs. So in terms of accountability, we have not there yet. If you look at transparency, the assembly is supposed to, at every meeting, they have to display minutes of meeting, they have to display their trial balance, what have you, quarterly. These things are not being done. And actually, there should be a hearing of their plans, but these things do not actually go on. So in terms of accountability and transparency, the assemblies have not done well. And finally, which is very important, is that why are the assemblies there? They are there for development. Even the basic issue of promoting sanitation, or most of the assemblies have not been able to promote sanitation to the point that our areas are not looking good at all. So the assemblies have not been able to perform well. And that is why most of the electorates have distanced themselves away from the assemblies. How do we bring them? How do we bring the electorate back? And this is what we are here to do.
Thank you very much. Following from what Professor Atuayo is saying, we've realized that in the 2024 manifestos of the two main political parties, the NDC and the NPP, they all talked about local government reforms. In fact, the NPP is talking about allowing political parties. In fact, they are not very clear. They go both ways. The NDC has been very clear in their manifesto that they support the elections of MMDCs, but on a non-political party level. So I will come to Dr. Dr. Akweti. So this question is to you. So looking at the proposal, especially for the current government within their manifesto, where they are advocating for reform, but they are looking at the election of MMDCs, not on a political party level. Do you think that the election of MMDCs on a non-party basis can solve the challenges that are currently confronting the local government?
Okay, thank you very much. I think many of you were here last year when the president now, as presidential candidate, spoke to you. And he said the party was for electing MMDCs without political parties. Now, he's been elected, and I think this is an important, he's now the president of Ghana, and that makes it imminent that the reforms that they had in mind could take place. It is also in their manifesto that the election of MMDCs is a priority for them. But they've listed, largely speaking, administrative and technological issues that will make it efficient to run the local government system under elected MMDCs. For our part as IDEG, we have always raised questions about the ideal, what they want to do, and the reality. The reality is that MMDC election is a political thing. It's not just an appointment. And we know that for the past government, if you recall the second term, we saw how MPP identified the people to put forward as MMDCs to be endorsed or appointed by the president. Elections actually take place within the party. They published it in the newspapers and so on and so forth, how people were selected, the candidates, their competence, their loyalty. And one of the interesting things in the publications, and I hope many of you will recall that because it was in the newspapers, was that it had to do with how they contributed to winning the 2020 elections. The mobilization, the campaign, and so on, was one of the major, qualities considered. And therefore, if we have this kind of system, the question then we raise is that if indeed in MMDC appointments, the party does some elections within the party to identify candidates, could we really have an MMDC elections without parties participating? Maybe he meant it formally, opening it to opposition parties and all that. But there again, we have tried the MMDC system for 32 years under the 1992 Constitution, but it's probably 36 years if we look at it from 1988. And it's long enough a time for us to assess how these appointments without parties, one party, it's actually a one-party appointment because the governing party appoints. Are we retaining that? Is that what they meant, that we'll retain it? Because the party has been involved. What I think we could anticipate and we should have looked out for is that if in 32 years, one party appointed MMDCs have not delivered well or met the expectations, what difference would it make if the same system is modified, except that now they are making it formal, that it is direct elections? We could compete. So we could have independent candidates and we could have the governing party's candidates. And we think that it's only going to complicate the misperformance or the poor performance we have. Because what we need to make local government stronger and effective and very oriented towards serving the needs of the people is to have MMDCs who would compete just like any election we've had. It will not just be party restricted, one part, the president's party restricted, but open it to other parties to contest. If you would do it for individuals, so-called independent candidates, then we think the experience we have also speaks to open it up for different parties to also contest. In that case, we are assured that we may harvest a number of competent citizens who are coming in with their competence from different political backgrounds, so it will be an inclusive system. But they would also be able to demonstrate that we can hold them accountable. It is all the parties are in, and it's going to trigger how to reform our civil service, local government service and other institutions so that they can work with these elected people and serve them well and deliver services which we are not receiving now. So this is how I would summarize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is a very good and interesting take on it. So I'll come to Dr. Jachidan. I was just thinking that following from what Dr. Akwete is saying, what has been some of the reasons for the resistance for political parties taking part in local government systems? We all know that, as he mentioned, it's happening overtly or covertly in a way. So why is it being resisted at the MMDC?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon already. Good afternoon to all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Nananu are also here as well. So I think, this goes back to, in a sense, 1988, we had the PNDC at that time put into place the district level elections on a no-party basis as part of their grassroots democracy agenda. And since then, I think the justification for that was to enhance actually some kind of peaceful interaction and no party conflict, some of the competition and conflict that is supposed to take place. And so over the years, you've had those who have maintained this idea of a no party, democracy at the local level, have maintained that they want to get away from the acrimony and the competition and the high financing and so on of the elections at the national level. And the political parties, I think, are important. So they, in a sense, they have been demonized in a way. There's been this idea that political parties are not good, but are not good at the local level. But they have worked, at the national level. 33 years now since the 1992 Constitution was promulgated and put in effect. Having political parties at the national level, yes, there are problems, but I think it characterizes the very nature of democracy. And political parties, I would argue, are the engine, the engine of a democracy, because they aggregate our interests, the interests of the citizens. They help mobilize citizens of different persuasions, and they help in organizing and then facilitating competition and participation of the citizenry. And so we have that at the national level. At the local level, it would be important to have that as well. I think that if we take it from the, how should I say it, the experience of the national level, we have done quite well. I would argue that we should give it a try, having political party competition at the local level as well. It will actually enhance our democracy and sustain our democracy and make it a true democracy rather than this hybrid system that we have. So I know you didn't ask me that, but I just wanted to add on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is very interesting because we see that political parties are the bedrock of the national elections. So sometimes it gets a little bit surprising that some people are quite resistant from having almost the same system at the local level. Because if it's working at the national level, it's a vehicle that we use to elect members of parliament, is the vehicle that we use to elect our president. Sometimes I wonder why we are so resistant in using this system that works at the national level, at the local level. But we can see that there are quite a number of countries around the world who have effectively operated a local government system that has political parties at the root of elections at those local government systems. And we can talk about countries like Kenya, South Africa, United Kingdom, United States, and Denmark, where political parties have been involved in the local government system in those countries. So I think that my next question, which will go to Professor Kwasiga, is talking about what kind of lessons can we in Ghana learn from these countries that have employed political parties at the local government level.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and season's greetings to everyone here. We have lessons to learn from other jurisdictions, no doubt. But before we go to the lessons, let me seek your permission to make this point, which is that it would appear that we are all agreed that there must be some reforms
whichever way we call it or not. There must be some reforms. However, in crafting the reforms, we have to take into account the values and principles inherent in the Constitution. The Constitution is a composite document, and you have to operate it or interpret it holistically. If you want to amend a provision therein, you have to make sure that you take into account other aspects of it, other values, principles inherent in it. And you have to always ask yourself the question, the proposed reform I'm suggesting, does it help to improve or enhance the principles and values inherent in the Constitution? So the question you have to ask yourself anytime you propose a reform on amendment of the Constitution, particularly the decentralization system, is to ask yourself, is my proposal in sync with the principles in this Constitution or the values in the Constitution? Now, we have been told about lack of accountability, probity, lack of participation by the citizenry as far as the local governance system is concerned. So the reforms we are thinking of, you are thinking of, I'm thinking of, how do they address these problems? And to do that, we have to use the Constitution as a guide. What are those guides? If you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it talks about probity and accountability. Of course, from the discussion so far, it would appear that the system we have now, as operated now, does not seem to support this principle, fundamental to the Constitution, values fundamental to the Constitution. So the one you are going to propose must address this issue of accountability. And also, the other principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people. It would appear from the discussions that as it is operated now, that principle of the people having a very important role to play in the local governance system is not realized. So the one you are going to suggest, does it support this principle? We have others. Madam Moderator, if your permission, if you look at the directive principles of state policy, other principles also. One very important, relevant one is in Article 35, Clause 6D. It says, the state should take every step to ensure that, to make democracy a reality, with your permission I read, to make democracy a reality by decentralizing the administrative and financial machinery of government to the regions and districts, and by affording all possible opportunities to the people to participate in decision-making at every level in national life and in government. So the proposal you are going to make, how sure are you that it is in conformance with this provision? Then, if we look also at Article 240, which is under the Chapter 20, that decentralization and local government. 240, Clause 2E, goes or expects that Parliament should put in place a system, a local government system, through legislation, to ensure the accountability of local government authorities. People in particular local government areas shall, as far as practicable, be afforded the opportunity to participate effectively in their governance. With all these principles inherent in the Constitution, the proposals that we'll be coming up with now, we have to ask ourselves, how very conformance are they to these principles. So because you want to amend or reform, doesn't mean you just bring up a suggestion that may seem to satisfy perhaps your party interest or some parochial interest. Now, Madam, I think I still have a little time to go to the question you asked.
I like
now,
the preamble.
now, yes, Ghana, we are unique. So we should try to have systems that satisfy our peculiarities. I think that was why, as Doc said, that was why we had, during the PNDC period, because of the political exigencies of the time, we had a system designed to keep out the political parties at that time. And we incorporated it in the current constitution. We've practiced it for so long. The question is, do we still retain it? My favorite example is Nigeria. Nigeria, which has, excuse my description, a more volatile political environment than us. But the local government system is run on party basis. And it's working for them. So why should we be so afraid of trying it at our local level? Well, the fear that it may lead to divisiveness, it may expand or multiply the problems we have at the national level, at the local level. That may be true, but that doesn't mean that we cannot find ways of addressing those concerns. So I will just leave it here, that other jurisdictions with perhaps not as peaceful an environment as we have still use the political parties at the local levels. And so far, nothing untoward is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kashida. I think the preamble actually sets the stage for the question that I want to ask next. And this one, I think I will let Dr. Akwete and Professor Atuayu actually respond to it. And it has to do with something that Professor Kwashiga mentioned, that there are countries that this system is working effectively for them. Some of them, not even as peaceful as we have it here in our country. It presupposes, especially when you look at the local government system that is operating in the United Kingdom, there are certain conditions that have made it has set the stage for them to be able to practice local government elections based on party lines. And it's been very effective. So in this case, if we are talking about Ghana, what do you think are some of the preconditions that are necessary for us to successfully implement elections at the local government level, especially if we are looking at those kind of elections under political party lines?
Okay, so one, I would say that the 1992 Constitution was designed at the time political parties were not in existence. So that's the basic thing. So it was designed at the time they were not in existence. So now they have been in existence. And with the way the political parties had behaved, we have demonized political parties. So to the extent that, people say we don't need them at the local level where we need consensus, unity of purpose, local development, etc., etc. So the political part. So one of the conditions that we need to deal with is that there must be a self-introspection by the political parties themselves, the way they organize themselves, the way they look at development, the way they comport themselves, and the way they look at governance, and finally, the way they finance themselves. But whether we like it or not, even now, we'll still have monetization in a non-party-based local government system. Because as we have said, or as has been said, we have some MMDCs bribing assembly members, right? We've got that, so it doesn't. But then I think that one of the ways by which we can allow or maybe give that incentive for the political parties to work at the local level is that they themselves must undergo drastic reform. They must look at what is wrong with us that people are not prepared to let us into the local government system. So that's one. The second issue that we also need to look at is the fact that we as a country, we need to move away from that, I would call it morbid fear of political parties. At the national level, political parties have actually been doing well. And part of the development that we have seen in the 32 years of the Fourth Republic is due to political parties. So why is it that we are afraid that we do not want to have political parties at the local level? Indeed, it has been proven elsewhere that local government system is the training ground for future national leaders. So people must learn how to debate at the local level. They must know how to tolerate opposition and all that. So all those things, people must be schooled at the local level before they come to the national level. And if you look at some of the leaders in the UK, in the US, they started as people who work with the local government system. The final one, which I need to stress, one of the final ingredient or the final factor is the whole issue of we as a country trying to deal with money matters. Money is important. Money is important, but how can we, because there is monetization everywhere, in the church, in the school, everywhere. We have to develop a culture on how to deal with monetization. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Dr. Akwete.
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to build on what Prof has said. First of all, if you've tested a system for 32 years under the current constitution, Fourth Republic, if you want to move forward or change your mind, you have to assess what the impact has been. And I think the impact we must assess is, has the exclusion of political parties from participating in local government achieved the goals, the purposes for which that proscription was put in place? And I think roundly we would say, well, people will be divided over this, but the truth of the matter is that it hasn't brought about the cohesion, because they saw parties then as very divisive rather than as nation builders. Now, are we so united now? We have to ask ourselves, without parties. And if we cannot say yes, then we have to ask ourselves, what is positive about parties getting involved in politics, especially in the executive arm of government? We are told that the exclusion of the parties was also driven by the idea that without parties, we will be more inclusive. So they devised a system that said, at the local assembly level, women, youth, a whole category of other people would have representatives in the assembly, use people with disability, and so marginalized group. So the inclusive system was going to be built on excluding parties, but identify specific groups and giving them representation. After 32 years, the women say they have been marginalized. Marginalization means exclusion. Then the chiefs also say, hey, you said we'll get 1/3 representation. We haven't gotten them. And they are also complaining. And then you can continue with that and see that actually the system that excluded parties has not worked for us. More or less seen as it has failed. So what do we do then if parties are to come in? And in this case, the MMDC case, I think when we alternate power between NDC and MPP, we should accept that MPP is an MMDC if they are governing, so is NDC. But they don't allow opposition parties to come in. So we ought to create the basis then to say that democracy tolerates opposition. But it also requires competence. If you're going to be in local government, you must know how to run a system. If we've excluded them for 32 years and more, then it is important that we create conditions that would equip them effectively for them to enter and deliver what they are delivering. At the moment, we've seen that it's a one-party system. MMDC is appointed from the governing party. We've just seen MPP. NDC is going to do so. So it's not true that parties are not involved at all. Rather, opposition parties have been excluded. Certain groups have been excluded. So how do we get them to get into the process? And how effective would they work without us having some professional bodies to neutralize their party identity, but work with them to deliver the goods, public goods that citizens want? So I think it must start with the idea that we first amend the article prohibiting them, 55(3). But if we do that, we've used the term democratization, meaning that the executive arm of government is not a multi-party system, it's a one-party control system. If we want multi-party system, we amend the constitution, and we have that. So 55(3) ought to be amended. But it wouldn't mean that tomorrow we amend it, the next day the parties have failed, the executive arm of government. It is also going to impact the institutions. Our civil service, our public services have learned to serve one party in disguise at the MMDC level. So how equipped are they now to serve different parties if we are allowed in? So we have to build our civil service and public service, maybe make them more neutral, professional, and capable of serving different parties, including independent candidates. The third thing is that wherever there are parties, we should also acknowledge there will be independent candidates. And their rights are recognized in all democracies. So a more inclusive system is going to emerge. And that is something that will require groundwork, institutional reforms, capacity building, and so on and so forth. That should take place before we open the system up. So it would not be we went to a referendum and said yes, and the next day you're seeing different parties in the system. The civil service has to be rebuilt. We should need money. The government has to sponsor the parties to build their capacities. When you're excluded for 30 years or more, you lose capacity. And we have to build it. So the operational factors ought to be taken in account. We can do it quickly. And lastly, I think this is an important point I've always wanted to make, that if 32 years didn't give us the unity we needed, including the assembly system, which has also its own divisions, now we know that the parties are involved. MPP and NDC are in the assemblies. I hope some of you are here to confirm that, the assembly members. So let's create the system in the executive arm. What institutions? We are proposing that let us form a multi-party democracy commission and constitutional reform commission, a multi-party democracy and constitutional reform, and let them now take on the task of assessing what worked, what didn't work under the current system, what changes have occurred, how do we streamline them, and how do we create conditions for political parties and independent candidates to work together at the executive level and the assembly level. So it will be work. Some work has to be done before it will be effective. We can't assume that once they get in, everything is going to work. We need to create the conditions that would enable them work, including even public financing of they building their capacities to serve us well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. If I may just add one point. We are gradually killing the smaller political parties by not allowing elections at the district levels. We used to have one or two from the smaller parties in parliament, but now it seems they don't just have the chance. So what about the opportunity for them at the local level? That could be a booster for them and also a training ground, as Doc said. So I think we have to take a look at that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is also a very good point. Yes, Doctor.
Can I add on?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just want to, associate myself with what the profs have said, that particularly for the smaller parties, that's a very big one for me. The smaller political parties are performing abysmally at the national level. And I think that if the opportunity is given to them at the local level, it will actually strengthen them. They will have structures there. They'll get more serious and work all around the year. And then they will build capacity. And then, as Prof. Ayi said also, the training ground. So I think if we want to really improve upon our democracy and actually consolidate it properly, the smaller, opening it up to the parties is very, very important. So some parties will not make it to the national level, but they will, get some seats in the assembly. Some will become, some of their members will become DCs and so on. And that will really be the proper functioning of a democracy: inclusiveness, competition, and then accountability. And I think that will make the two major parties also sit up a bit, when the other smaller parties are, getting some seats at the local level. So it's a very important point. And then I can dovetail also to talk about even gender. So Dr. Akwete mentioned that, the exclusiveness of political parties meant that they wanted to, bring in women and the youth and people with disability and so on. But if we open up these elections to all parties, everybody is eligible to run. So you have candidates from everywhere, and I believe that that will take away the problem that even governing governments have now of trying to select who will, become MMDCs and so on. That pool of candidates, that will free governments from that, national governments from that, national presidents from that, and allow the system, the competition, the political process to take place. People will compete, women will compete, people with disability will compete, anybody will compete. Of course, you need money, so you have to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, there are two main things that I've taken from this discussion on the preconditions. So one talks about the smaller parties, which I am very passionate about. The fact that our constitution says we are operating a multi-party democracy and not a two-party democracy. But I think because at the national level it's become almost a two-party. Countries like Germany and Denmark, you realize that when you go to the local assemblies, that is where you see the smaller parties have the most impact. So I think that if we really want to practice a multi-party democracy, then the way to go is to actually include political party participation at the local assembly level, at the local governance level, so that we will see the smaller parties try it out, which can eventually eventually bring them to the national level. It happened in Germany, right, where one of the smaller parties, the Christian Coalition Party, they started as a very small party, taking part in just local government elections, and then they eventually took over the national government. So it can happen, and if we want to really ensure that our democracy survives and we operate a multi-party system, then that is one of the ways to go. The second takeaway is what Dr. Akwete said about public service or civil service. I think from what he is saying, it is one of the important preconditions if we want to ensure that we have a successful and a functional local government system. So my question then, and this one I would give it to my two professors. How do we go about ensuring that we look at a functional civil or public service in such a way that it can serve our local government in such a way that if political parties take part in local government elections, it will not destabilize the system as people feel?
Okay, thanks a lot. Right now we have the local government service, which is separate from the civil service, and the local government service has a head appointed, by the president, and you have the so-called decentralized departments, so health, education, roads, highways, what have you. So you have already a local government service which is supposed to, support the MMDAs. But at the same time, some of these institutions, so if you take education and health, they have not been hived off from the civil service. So, some of them are reporting to the assembly, others are reporting to their head office in Accra. So the problem is that we need to see how best to strengthen the local government, service, and it must be different from the civil service. If you are talking about the civil service, you are talking about the ministries. If you are talking about the local government, service, you are talking about decentralized departments of the ministries. And I think this overlap has not been done well, to the extent that education is still reporting to Accra, health is still reporting to Accra. So we need to see how can we make sure that we make the local government, service stronger. Honestly, I will tell you that most of the civil servants, they want to work with the civil service, where they'll become chief directors. If you are working with the local government service, you become maybe a regional coordinating director, which is perhaps the equivalent, but they don't see it that way, the equivalent of the chief director. So you only end at the region. But if you are the chief director of the Ministry of Local Government, you are supposed to cover the whole country. But if you are the regional coordinating director of the Greater Accra region, you are only restricted to Greater Accra. So I think that we need to, find a way of realigning these positions. If you are regional coordinating director, is it the same as the chief director of a ministry, etc.? So this has not happened. The realignment between the civil service and the local government, service has not happened. The last point is the recruitment to these two services. If you look at the local government service, it is seen as being, politicized, job for the boys. So people are recruited at the local level, party apparatchiks being recruited to fill in positions. While the civil service, the emphasis is on meritocracy. So again, we need to find out how do we bring the merit principle within the local government service and then see its realignment with the civil service. These are the points.
Thank you.
Okay, if I may, to add a little to that, there is need to strengthen the civil service also, to be independent, to be able to stand up to the political appointees. There is this example, Doc, you may correct me. There is this example, I think it's with respect to UK also, where the civil servant at the head of an organization in the UK could be dragged before the appropriate parliamentary committee to answer questions as to why he or she allowed the political appointee to do certain things. Because if I'm appointed as a political head, and I took a decision which you, as a professional civil servant, which you should know is not proper, and you allowed me to go ahead and do it. Now, when questions are being asked, should he be left out? No. So I think if we change the system, create a system where responsibility is on them also. In that case, if you advise the political head not to do this, and he or she insists on doing it, then you resign to keep your sanity. Otherwise, to me, in other words, we have to find a way of strengthening the civil service. Or at least, if you not resign, let it be on paper. Let it be on paper that this was what my minister requested. This was the advice I gave. Irrespective of my professional advice, he went ahead and did something else. So there is need for strengthening the civil service, making them be able to stand their ground. Thank you. To be autonomous, sort of. Thank you.
Dr. Akwete, how do we, because Professor Kwashiga has made a very interesting point, and from the reaction from our listeners, you can see that everybody wants to protect their job, right? So telling a civil servant that they should resign on principle, I think Ghana is one of the countries that have hardly seen people resign on principle about anything. How do we insulate our civil service from political retribution where they are doing their work, the work that Professor Kwashiga is suggesting, where they can now be questioned why they allow their political heads to take certain decisions. So how do we insulate our public service from this kind of retribution?
Thank you. In most of the developed countries, you could mention Germany, even the US, UK, and so on, the civil service has its own institutions. It has courts. They don't use the word court, maybe commission or something. And there are procedures. They are protected. They are the servants of the state. Okay? To be a civil servant is rigorous. It's a merit-based system. You write your exams, you have your own structures, those who are your leaders, who assess you, you fail, you're out. But they also have courts. And I'll tell you how I discovered that. Under Boris Johnson, recently, he had a Home Office minister. She was called Priti Patel. It's not her beauty that made her pretty, but it's her name. And she wanted, like our ministers do here, she wanted to bring in her own people, like special assistants, as they call them, or advisors. There was an attempt to then get some of them to replace what the civil servants do. Now, the civil servants and the minister, they belong to two different categories. Okay. So I think the story came out that she was trying to do this and some civil servants were being shifted and this new position was being created. They talked about it, they tried to explain, and the minister still wanted to go ahead with this. So the chief director, the equivalent of ours, permanent secretaries, as they will be called, then decided, after failing to persuade the minister, to file a writ with a civil service, I don't know if it's tribunal or they have a name for it. Yes. And then the prime minister said, oh, I support my minister. These special advisors will do work and so on. And then the permanent secretary resigned to pursue the case. But the case didn't end. Then the government said, oh, we'll settle out of court. Okay. And then that's how the case ended. So there are institutions protecting the civil service. And to remain there, you write exams. If you fail your exams, you go, you can write it again and you come back. But there are institutions protecting the civil service from the political class. The political class cannot make decisions anyhow to remove you. In Ghana, it's extremely weak. I mean, sometimes there's been tension between the chair of the Public Service Commission or the members of the public service and ministers who want to change people, and they say, no, you can't change them. And then the competency is also something that they don't joke with. You write exams, you don't do well, you're out. And if you pass the exams, you have to sit again to come in. Is that the system you have here? So we need to build systems, institutions, but the civil service is the service of the state. The ministers come in as political leaders, and they also have their framework. So nobody can push the other one out except through voting and so on. So we need to build all these institutions. The more we have delayed in looking for a more inclusive system, the parties are there, independent candidates are there, they are political leaders, but the business of the state government is done by civil servants who don't contest elections, but they pass elections on merit. So these systems are very clear. We don't have them. Whatever we have collapsed. You hear a lot about how Ghana's civil service was civil servants were in hot demand across Africa. You know, the training, the competence, the ability to, but now I'm not sure if it's still that. I mean, the person who would know is Professor Chwayi, you know. So please ask him.
Prof, civil service doing the work that they have been mandated to do. I think there's a whole civil service act. I don't know whether it needs reforms for it to conform to what we are looking at in terms of amendments for the local government system. So since you know so much about it, if you can.
I must say that our civil service is still regarded as one of the best on the continent, in spite of our problems that we face, in spite of, politicization. It's still regarded as one of the best. I think the issue of meritocracy is very important. We need to pursue that to its logical conclusion. They still take examinations at the levels. But then the perception is that those who are recruited may not have, taken part in the examination at all. Maybe the examination was used as a front. But then, yes, still, people regard the civil service as very important, particularly the position of chief, the director, and the directors. They are very strong. They are technocrats. I still believe that our civil service still has one of the best technocrats around the world. It needs to, what we need to do as a country is maybe to fine-tune it, to make sure that things are done correctly. And the final thing is that the civil service is supposed, each ministry is supposed to have ministerial advisory boards. And these ministerial advisory boards you have the composition from outside and inside the service. But it looks like as if the advisory boards are not doing their work well. If they are doing their work well, I believe that our civil service will be stronger than it is now.
Thank you very much. So I'm coming to the floor. I'm not going to let my panel members do all the talking. So I'm coming to the floor, and the discussion that we are having so far, I want to solicit from you your views concerning whether you think that we involving political parties in local government elections will make a difference to our current dysfunctional system. So I think I will first call Professor Kwesi Jonah, right? So that, and then. Please, if you have your hand up, if you can come to the front here so that you can.
I have to stand up there. Oh. No. Yes. Okay. So.
I think he can face them without having to climb up. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, as the distinguished moderator properly said, my name is Kwesi Jonah, VVOP, very, very ordinary personality. And to answer Madam Moderator's question, will the parties make any difference at all in our local government system? I have just one little point to make. If you look at party involvement in governance at the national level, what is very clear is the keen competition between the two major parties to make a difference. 24-hour economy, free SHS, and so on and so forth. If we were to allow the political parties into the district, a similar competition to develop could occur at the district level. Each party wanting to ensure that whether it is Ahanta West District or Impoho Wasa East District, they leave the kind of developmental legacy that will make the people feel like keeping them there. At the moment, this kind of development competition is not taking place precisely because we are behaving like ostriches, burying our heads in the hot desert sand, pretending as if the parties are completely non-existent in the district. The other thing that I want to say, the current system has created some kind of administrative instability at the level of the district. And this is how it happens. Because the chief executive is appointed by the president, many chief executives just ask the president or somebody to remove the district coordinating director. So the district coordinating director has become a victim of the present system. They are the most frequently transferred officers at the district level. If Kwesi Jonah becomes chief executive, he doesn't like you, you are off. Because he was appointed by the president, he has so much power, but if we changed the system, this kind of administrative instability, which is currently hurting our local government system, will no longer be there. I am done, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Ikpe. I'm a coordinating director at the local government service. And I'm happy you touched that. Now I'm relaxed. I have been a victim before, but I'm not perturbed. I'll march on. I want the two professors to just clear this within the constitution and the law. Now, under the current dispensation, when the president the president appoints the MMDCs, but it doesn't stop there. The MMDCs will have to be confirmed by the assembly. Now,
when the president decides to fire the MMDCs, he does that without a recourse to the assembly. My question is, why is it that when the president nominates the MMDCs, they do not become MMDCs until they are confirmed? But when he's firing them, he does that at will, and then that ends it. How do we go around that? Because it's one of the reasons why the assemblies do not seem to be performing. Because the MMDCs tend to lean towards the person who is, for want of a better, in quotes, who is putting bread and butter on their table. But when they realize that even if the president decides to fire you, and then the 2/3 of the assembly said, no, the president cannot fire you, then they will be tend to lean towards the development of the local authority. How do we go around that within the legal framework? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we would let the second question and then.
My name is Vivian Shine Tenu from TUC. I'm a bit confused about the whole issue. Because when it comes to funding and all those things, it has to come from the government. So how can we take government or a political party that is ruling strictly out of the whole show? Who will take the local government people properly before they can work? Because in Ghana or everywhere, before you can work, unless you get funding from some place, if you are, it doesn't come from the government, how can the system work? So it has to be mixed reaction. You can't take the government of the political party off completely. You can't depend on them to complete it. So how do? We have to think about how we can balance things there. Thank you.
Very good question. Very good question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Doche, the Executive Director for the Annual New Year School. Political accountability is very critical for sustainable development. Political accountability is very crucial for sustainable development, and we must begin to look at development from the bottom up approach if we are serious in sustaining development. So I want to agree with the notion that we need political parties to put forward candidates at the grassroots level with the best brain, with the best expertise, with the best network, with the best knowledge to lead local community development. Because like Professor Jonas said, we should not behave like the ostrich. Political parties are keenly involved in the election of assembly men and women. True or false? True or false? So why do we want to behave that we wouldn't want to complete the process of local governance so that the municipal chief executive is accountable to the people of the area? So he is able to mobilize critical human resource, critical intellectual resource, critical financial resource, and identify the critical needs of that constituency so they can accelerate development. So I submit respectfully that political parties should be allowed active space in the election of local leaders, from the unit committee to the assembly member to the municipal or district chief executive, so that they will be accountable to the people, so we can ensure a duality of a bottom-up, bottom approach to sustain development. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to take it a little higher than what we are discussing here. I think, Madam Moderator, you've been hammering on something. Sorry, my name is Kingsley. I'm with NAT. Madam Moderator, you've been talking about the developed world and how they are doing well and others. But there's one thing I've realized that you are, I don't know whether you are refusing or intentionally you don't want to say, which I want to help you. I realize that, yes, with the developed nation, you know that they are disciplined when it comes to their regulatory issues. They are disciplined. In Ghana here, we are talking about regulatory, we are talking about district, municipal, and all those areas, which we have a regulation governing those processes. Are the executives following those regulations? The law says that a fund collected, a portion should go into a fund, disperse it to these people to facilitate development. You are not doing it. You sit at Jubilee House. You don't disseminate the funds. How do you expect them to advance their development? These are critical issues that I believe we should talk about. From executive level, we should be disciplined. The law, the constitution, or the district assembly common fund regulation urges you to do that. Why are you refusing not to do that? And it is our responsibility as citizenry to mobilize. No, Mr. Doc Akote and all. We've been hearing them, but sometimes we need to be radical in these issues. As we speak, you will bear with me that the district assembly common fund is in arrears. Akufo-Addo is gone. It's in arrears for about a year or two, whatever. How do we advance development? And we are failing to follow the rules and regulation, or be it the Constitution or the District Assembly Common Fund Act. And it's not right. And this is something I think this discussion should touch on boldly. We are not touching any political whatever, but we are touching on our own laws. We want it to be implemented so that we in the rural areas will get our development to be done for us. My second issue has to do with how to make these whatever accountable. We talk about accountability, and we leave a very important area, which is the strengthening of the internal audit and the controls that we are supposed to put in place. We refuse to talk about that. You go to the district and the municipals. Where is the office of the internal auditor? It's under a tree. It's under a tree somewhere. But however, we want these people to assist in what? In strengthening internal controls. How do we leave these people out? Per the Financial Act, the Section 83 mandate these people to assist us. Why have we ignored them? And I believe that in a conversation like this, we shouldn't sit here without mentioning the strengthening of that particular unit and the division. I have a lot to say, but I will end here. Thank you so much for the opportunity given me.
Thank you. How many more? So after her, then we will let the panel members answer the question, and then we will take two more, and then come to some other aspects on the floor and conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Comfort Awotri, working with the ECG and a member of the Public Utility Workers Union under TUC. Please, if I understand the whole thing today, at this moment, I think we are here to solicit for ideas to implement and also see to the success of peace building, digital accountability, democratic governance, and citizen engagement, improving transparency, efficiency, and citizen participation. Here, I think, looking at the people who put in place, it will be appropriate that we open up or expand it beyond political appointment, because there might be other people who are not political affiliates, who will also be having the expertise, who are honest, transparency, and accountable. We should consider these people as well. In consideration, I will suggest that we put measures in place that will help each and everyone who is interested to take such position, and then bring their profiles out. We study the profile, and then we also give them opportunity to also participate, where a committee is set up to evaluate their profiles and then see who is capable, that the opportunity will be given to such people. Aside that, if you are lucky to take such position, you should be accountable, and then periodically we should also see that there are people who will engage the community as well, and then also be accountable periodically. This is my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So,
I'll be brief. Question number one, the appointment of MMDC, the current appointment. So the president nominates, assembly by two-thirds majority, present and voting would approve, and the president would appoint. And the argument is that why is it that when the president is removing, he does not involve the assembly. I mean, the problem is, these are some of the problems with the current system. If you look at the current system, the quality of even the MMDC is under question. It's questionable. It may be a party man, but it may not be as strong as it is. And even sometimes, the president knows that he has not got the one-third members, so he will remove the one-third in the morning and then allow the assembly to vote. By then, you have appointed members. That was why at 9:40 was brought into it. So, there are problems. We also have problems between the presiding members and the MMDCs. There are problems about it. So the current system has problems that we need to resolve. So I think that is why the advocacy that we should discuss. How can we make the current system more sustainable and more viable for us all? The question about money lies at the heart of everything. It lies at the heart of politics, everything. So the question you ask is very important, and it ties in with the argument that why is it that a statutory payment like disbursement of the common fund has been in arrears for years, and nothing has been done. And this is why we have not been as strong as we have been as a people. I don't know why the assemblies have not taken arms with the local government service, with the assemblies, and said that we have not been able to receive our disbursement. The assemblies have been quiet as if everything is going on well. Because if you do that, the MMDCs may be removed overnight or the following day, as the case may be. So I think it's a valid point that we need to raise. The issue about the fact that we should be more disciplined is a very important one. And I think as a country, we have not followed rules and regulations. If we have followed rules and regulations at the national level, from the leader to the bottom, I don't see any reason why we should be in this trouble. So yes, I agree with you that more discipline is needed, and more discipline is needed if we follow the rules and regulations. Financial accountability, very important. The internal audit committees are not working. If you look at the Act, the Local Governance Act 936, it talks about the internal audit audit committees. They are not working, and that is why you find the internal auditor under a tree hasn't got any place. But I know that the internal audit agency is trying to create the atmosphere for internal auditors, to work. So these are, my comments.
Okay. Since I addressed the question to the two, now about the removal of the DCs by the president without recourse to the assemblies. If you look at the constitutional provision, it says there shall be a district, that is 243(1). There shall be a district chief executive for every district who shall be appointed by the president with the prior approval of not less than 2/3 majority of members of. Now, you see, who is appointing actually? It's the president. The approval process is just one of the constitutional steps towards the appointment. So the appointer is the president, and so he can remove as the Constitution provides. The same way, the president appoints ministers with the prior approval of Parliament. If the president decides to remove you as minister, he doesn't have to go to Parliament. He removes you because he appointed you. It's only that Parliament approved you or the Assembly approved you, whichever case. There is a disconnect, admittedly, as you point out. But that is why there may be the need to amend the Constitution, to reform the Constitution, so that the DC knows that he or she can be removed by the Assembly. Now, about the issue of discipline, when it comes to respect for the law, like the District Assembly's Common Fund, how do you expect the DC put there by the president to challenge the president for failing to send monies? No, you can't do that. If he were elected, answerable to the people, he could do that. There was a case in Nigeria. In Nigeria, there is a formula for sharing the revenue, oil revenue, between the federal government and the state governments. That is, if your state is one of those states within the oil zone, constitutionally, you have a right to a certain percentage. So there was a dispute as to what the percentage should be that will come to the states. And the states came together and sued the federal government, because they were able to do that because it was not the federal government that put them there as governors. No, they were elected into office by their people, different parties. So they had the guts to sue the federal government. Here you can't do it as an appointed, you can't do that. So there's a need for reform. Thank you.
Well, I think I had put down that, in answer to this question, even though he didn't address it to me, just a note I made was that, with respect to the removal of the MMDCs by the president, if we have partisan elections at the district level, like Prof. Kwashiga said, this cannot take place. It's only the people then that can remove the MMDCs. And so that simplifies everything. And the MMDC is now accountable to you and I, the ordinary citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, your question should be very quick because we are running out of time.
Okay, thank you.
No part one or part two. So,
Okay, my name is Alasan Abubakar, presiding member at Swami, to be precise. Yes, we all know that.
please, I've seen more people joining. I said only the two. Please, our time is gone, so we have to make room for the others. Yeah. So 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. We all know that we've always been speaking about it, that the president always wields a lot of powers. And they always, at least the former president has made an important steps in reducing those powers. My question is, please, my first question will go to Prof.
Just one question.
Oh, you see, the approval of presiding members is one of the most.
We are out of time.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. So the approval of presiding members is one of the most difficult things to do. Prof, can't we do something about it to make it a simple majority? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Like my co-person said, my name is Mumin Nuruddin. You keep on mentioning about advanced countries. Sometimes when you mention or compare Ghana to some of these countries, it baffles my mind.
To be fair, I mentioned Kenya.
Yes, you mentioned Kenya.
Mentioned South
but
Africa.
mostly you are mentioning Germany, US, and these are people who are advanced and their systems are working. I like what Professor Akwete said. Their systems are working. So are our systems working? That is my first question. Secondly, to Professor, what he made mention of Nigeria, which is a neighboring country. Prof, what has taken Nigeria to that level? Because their local elections are always more participatory and active than their general elections. What takes Nigeria there? If you can go and deliberate further for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Ayunab. Moderator, knowledge becomes knowledge if it is translated into action by committed and inspired people. Is that not true? Good. Number 2, experience is the best teacher. If experience is the best teacher, then we won't have old fools. Is that one not also true? If experience is the best teacher, then we will not have old fools. But experience becomes the best teacher if it is reflected in the light of truth for sustainable development. Is that not also true? All this knowledge that our professors have come to present to us, at the end, where does it go? Who is supposed to present this knowledge, this innovation for transformation to the authorities concerned? Every year we come here, we do deliberations, then they think, oh, we've had good education. But at the end, where does it go? So we are describing an act the size of an elephant to a blind man. The act is wasted. The act is wasted. So describe the action to the people who are relevant and let them translate it into action so that we can benefit. You heard what the auditor has said. Why is it that we cannot face the truth? It is the truth that will help us to develop. We must be consistent with the process and we must be consistent with the destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I will give the final word to the lady behind. Yes. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you so much. I'm happy this conversation has come up, and until we start talking about it, we will not be able to implement it. I believe this system that we are talking about will help very well in decentralization. My people are the civil servants, coordinators and them, please, can't you be unionized? Are you not supposed to be a part of the union? You belong to the union. So where lies the intimidation? Please, let's work together as union. And we can't be intimidated by the politician again, because we need development in our rural systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think this has been a very interesting deliberation. I will give the final word to some of our experts here. So I'll call Professor Asa Mohammed, right? So he can sum up quickly, probably answer one or two of the questions that were raised, and then I will go to Dr. Harrison Belly. Then I will end with Madam Kathleen Adi. Thank you. Very quick.
Okay.
Thanks so much. And then good afternoon. I think very interesting conversation. The unionists here, we need that. The whole local government system, the same way for all, I mean the civil service and maybe public service, the fact of the matter is that the laws are adequate, as Professor will agree with me, but the implementation. So the election definitely is to come to help us enforce the laws. Yes, we agree that the appointment has made it not quite easy to implement. So the election that we are proposing, I think, is very, very important. At least the examples from Nigeria and other places are showing very clearly that at least you are elected, you went round, you were able to promise the people. Unfortunately, maybe in the early days of appointment it was better, but now that it has become like an agenda of rewarding political parties, activists, now people are appointed without even knowing the role they are going to play in the assemblies. In fact, I've worked with more than 150 assemblies, and sometimes you go to the DCEs and they don't even know the agenda. When you ask them, what is your whole medium-term plan talking about? He cannot tell you. Meanwhile, the medium-term plan, that translates into an annual action plan, now with the budget, are supposed to be approved by the coordinating director, by the presiding member, presiding over a general assembly. Most of the general assemblies are not even working, Prof. The general assemblies are not working because there's no presiding member. There was this argument about the fact that, okay, if there's no presiding member, a member presiding, which constitutionally, I agree, maybe Prof can, but I think there was a Supreme Court judgment on that a member presiding doesn't exist. But the first 4 years, we had some assemblies, I cannot give the percentage, but a good number of assemblies do not even have presiding members. That means that, as I'm told constitutionally, the assemblies were operating illegal. In fact, there's an assessment that is done every year called the DPAT. That DPAT assesses the functionality of the assembly. Now, the key, what we call the core indicators or the minimum conditions, says that if you do not have up to 3 mandatory General Assembly meetings, then the assembly did not function. Many assemblies never even sat because they didn't have a presiding member. How did they approve their budget? How did they approve their action plan? And we said if their budget and the plans are not approved, it means that all expenditures are illegal. So if you want to probably take it to court now, I know a number of assemblies will really be hot. DCs will be hot because they have spent money that there was no approval. So generally, and it is also showing very extensively that we, the citizens, have to be aware. And I think the election will help because at the time of electing the MMDAs, they will come and make the campaign. They will come and tell us how they are going to implement the medium-term plans. Because during the medium-term plan process, which will start this year, every community participates to do the action plans, and also. So the communities are aware of what they are expected each assembly to do. Unfortunate thing is that after they have done the medium-term plan, the communities do not have any opportunity to get back to the assembly. Sometimes through the assembly member, unfortunately, some of the assembly members are not even aware. So it is important that we do the election so that when you are coming to present yourself for election, at least for nothing at all, you have known some of the basics of this assembly, the whole operation of the assembly. At least you have known the act. You have known the role of the DCE. You have known the role of the presiding member. You have known the role of each of the 5 statutory committees. So at least you come prepared, even with no education. If you are not even educated, at least even up to secondary school, you will be able to understand this. Up to university, as some people are saying, we should cut a particular the level of education. It's important, but because people are giving it on silver platter, they are taking it for granted. So I'm just calling on the fact that we need to promote and push this agenda of election, and let's see how that one will go. 32 years of appointment. Let's try election and see we have the basis to compare. And that's my stand. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Doc, very briefly, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. With the election of the MMDCEs, it will relieve the government of the burden of announcing for applicants making submission, shortlisted, going through the process of confirmation at the assemblies. Some are rejected, they are renominated, That is where the monetization comes in. Assembly members have to be paid before they confirm members. So we go for election, you present yourself, and that will give opportunity to independent people, like technocrats, also to present themselves, to be elected. For example, with the current government, they've set out information for people who are interested to become the MMDCs to apply. It's overwhelming. I'm from the Volta region, I teach there. Volta region alone, 18 positions, 279 people applied. Look at the energy that we need to put in place to vet these people and get them elected. Tied to it is the quality of MFDCs. Some of them, they are apologists. They are with you in the communities. As Prof said, some don't even understand the concept of decentralization, yet they are in the seat to provide leadership. Is that the kind of leadership that we want? It's left to us. Election is the best way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think this has been a very good deliberation. I want to come back to my friend that said that where is this whole talk shop going? Last year when we met here, and when we started this conversation on local assembly reform, it ended up with the political parties putting it in their manifesto. So these kind of conversations are very important. They do achieve something. And we know that right now, with we talking about it, even though within the NDC manifesto, who are now the ones in government, even though they are advocating for a non-political party participation, from what we are hearing, people tend to support that if we have the political parties involved, then we would see a much more participatory local government system. And we have talked about having the institutions that will support the system. So I think that based on this, we take these kind of information for it. Let's not end the conversation here. Because when we talk about government, it involves all of us. It's our voices that they are supposed to listen to. So we carry your voices to the powers that be, and then we try to make changes to the system for the betterment of our democracy. So help me thank our able panelists for doing this amazing job, and thank you all so much for the contribution we have done. We see you again. Keep the conversation going. Thank you very much.
So a very big thank you to our team, our very dynamic team from IDEC. God bless you for being here with us. We hope you will be here next year as well. Thank you so much. They want to take a picture with who? With the Queen Mother. Okay, so then you have to go down. So please, we'll be breaking for lunch. We'll come back at 2:45. 2:45 to begin the next session. So we have less than 1 hour. 2:45. Thank you.
And our profs and experts, Professor Kapon, Dr. Duche, could you please join the panelists for a photo session? Yes, take the time. Dr. Manuel, you can join them. Yes, please let's line up for the photo session. Okay, I think that we should stand here. Journalists, please allow them to take the photos. Yes, please let's line up in front of yes.
Everybody go watch me like that. Take several hours. Yeah, this one. How many apples? How many apples? Are you okay? Me do well. Professor, and very sweet. But I'm so far.
And my late father used to attend it when I was growing. Sometimes you come here, spend 3 days here, and I was wondering at this age, what kind of school was he attending? Until I got to realize that I have also joined. And it's great. We are looking forward to look at the dynamics of how the New Year school can really be transformed into another form of internationally participatory program, which is because it's a solid program that I really see it going forward. This afternoon, what has been given to us is great. Before I introduce one of our great facilitators, we're looking at cross-border trade. We are looking at cross-border trade. We are looking at digital trade or e-commerce, and we're looking at building partnerships, cross-border trade, e-commerce. I think this is the key. So, how do we build cross-border trade? How do we incorporate digital trade? Digital trade is broad, and I'm sure that as we look at the questions, our facilitator will really do good. I'll join him along the line. But right now, if we are talking about cross-border trade, we are actually looking at the ASCFTA, because that is the biggest boy now when it comes to cross-border trade. That is what we have signed on to. And if we are looking at also digital trade, we are also looking within the ASCFTA, looking at the architecture and the operationalizational instruments of the ASCFTA, which you'll have what we call the digital protocol, which has been negotiated. It has not been operational though, and inside the digital protocol has covered everything from digital payments, data protection, all that. And that is very, very key. So with that background, I will want to introduce our great facilitator, Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake, the president of the Association of Ghana Industries. Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake is an accomplished Ghanaian industrialist, entrepreneur, and management executive. With a myriad of experiences and exposure to management consulting, industrial packaging, mining, and bulk haulage for over 25 years. He is the founder and chairman of Red Moon Resources Limited, an industrial resources mining and bulk haulage company, as well as the chairman of Handmark Industrial Packaging Limited, an industrial bags production company. He currently serves as a member on the boards of the Millennium Development Corporation, MIDA, the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation, the Ministerial Advisory Board of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the Ghana Bauxite Company. Dr. Ayim Dake's expertise traverses the formulation of strategic policy, management, optimization of industrial resources, industrial regulatory advice, advocacy and advisory, and entrepreneurship mentorship. He's a doctoral alumnus of Swiss Business School, Geneva, the Jimpa Law School, and the University of Cape Coast. He's also an ardent golfer. Please welcome me as we receive Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake. So it's going to be very interactive. I want us to be very interactive. After the questions, I know if you are not satisfied with the answers, you surely come back to us, even recommendations. So I want us to be very, very interactive because it's one area that is really the kid on the block.
You're welcome. Thank you. I think I will use the opportunity to allow you to really, scope around the topic, and also, Karen, how do you see the role or some of the expectations of Association of Ghana Industries?
All right, thank you, Yao. And may I take the opportunity to wish the New Year's School Happy New Year and the best of the 76th Annual Year School. My clear objective of today's engagement is to shed a few light, practical ones, on how colleagues in industry that traverse from manufacturing, services, and across board, how we are leveraging on the, I don't want to call it new kid, it's been a while, leveraging on digital platform to trade, and how close it is to you. I presume everyone here respectfully have given a trial to one e-platform or transaction in the one way or the other. How are we leveraging on it as industrialists? And in the contemporary times, how do we enhance our sales, our productivity, and the value chain from A to Z? I will try to use a few practical examples to bring the subject home. So my first example, when I had this opportunity, was to call my team members. In AGI, we cover about over 23 sectors, and we have what we call the ICT sector, who is chaired by one of our own. And what do? Technically, they develop softwares. And I can suggest to you that most of the service-oriented organizations, from insurance, through retail banks, to health posts, all the way through regulatory institutions, i.e. BET and DET, NCA, on and on and on, there are back-end engagement that software technically is playing an active role. And you may see text messages coming to your phone after you've done your banking transaction. That's one of the services that is being rendered, and it's a transaction that we're all leveraging on. And I seek to do this from Ghana, and then we can then expand it to Africa and possibly globally. So when you find a text message that comes to your phone after your banking transaction, or an alert from Ghana Water and Sewage, or ECG, that's somebody's business that is taking place in Ghana. And that's one of my members. And for a commission, he makes some money on it. For efficiency, the institution that the service is being rendered to, whether it's the bank, in terms of customer service, you appreciate your bank giving you timely notice on your balances, on the defaults, on transaction payment, on and on. It's the same modality that we're using across board. As they do this, there is data gathering, because in each activity, in each transaction, we gather data on each individual. Same happens with the case of Momo. When you do your payment systems, as you do your transactions, and they go in through the process, you gain at the tail end, and then both the receiver and the giver in the value chain gains through this. This I believe you all know. So we extrapolate this, same for the value chain, i.e. from the agriculture space. I can look at one company like Olam Ghana. Olam Ghana has a thorough value chain from the farm gate, and they have an app. So all that you need to do is that they've deployed the app, and if you're a farmer, you're into rice, you have 50 tons of rice in Wali Wali, and you seek to trade it. All you need to go is to go onto the app and then load your product, and then the recipient, the company, gets the notification, they pay you, and as the product sits there, there will be an aggregator around your zone who comes in to pick the product, and then at the same time, Somebody may be sitting in Tema looking for the 50 tons of either cashew or rice to export. He also goes on the platform, sees it, the quality test, and in this case, there are quality processes that meet the standards of the buyer and the seller. Once they do that, then the buyer also pays on the platform, the product is delivered. So the value chain is complete. So this is the mindset to which we bring the partnership in IT and trading on digital platform. So then I go to an SME who's producing maybe in Kulenu, way in Medina. So with Kulenu's product, he can easily go on the platform and then load the product and then automatically get somebody out there. Where you don't get somebody automatically, there are other platforms that do B2B, business to business, and they do advertising of your product. You pay a token for it, they promote your product, and your product gets to the customer. As that goes on, you could then bring this to the manufacturing space as well. We use the same mindset, and all these transactions are happening on a portal. So the portal becomes the platform that is deployed. There are two stages of this. There's the government-to-government relationships, and there's the government-to-business relationships. So governments trying to set up the infrastructure, had agreements with Google, with the big players who deploy heavy infrastructure across board, main one. MTN has deployed this infrastructure. Once upon a time, Glo did the same. So these fibers that have been laid all over the country become the transmitting lines or the medium through which all these transactions are happening. And they that also do the space, infrastructure deployment. And by virtue of that, the whole ecosystem gradually is developing for trade. And this is where we are. There are challenges. There are numerous challenges in terms of the infrastructure deployment cost. That could be very heavy. In a recent time, you realize that the Ghana government to the Ministry of Communication deployed 5G. And the 5G that was deployed cost a lot of millions. And the buyers that go into for this must commercialize it and monetize the outcomes of this medium. 5G, it's not the first, but in terms of speed and delivery, 5G currently is what it is. And therefore, you realize that various products like your cell phones, smart cell phones, are all deployed, your tabs are all deployed and customized to meet such speed for purpose of our convenience and also speed in delivery our product and services. So technically, this is the general framework that we're operating within. However, then the next flip question is security. How secure are these platforms? Because most of these platforms, we deploy them with cashless cards. So you use your card to deploy payment. So your details that you unload, how secure are they? That's why these cyber security related issues have become another medium and disciplines for us to learn to protect the space. May I leave it here if there are other questions we'll pick it up. So private sector, manufacturing companies, service-oriented ones, we go into this space to be able to reach our clients. Today, in a recent engagement, AGI had a collaboration with Kenya, where we have what we call the Ghana-Kenya hub. We deployed a hub, which is basically a shop, and we export our products to Kenya. So you can sit in Ghana, somebody can order product, they can order shea butter, which we call inkuto, or what do you call it, any product you could carry from here, just mention it. And through the same medium, under the after, we can easily send this product to Kenya without duty, and then you could still access customers there. Your payment systems become your card, deploying through the pay pass options that are part of the payment system, under the after that we are working at. This has become so because in the past, colleagues would take their products to Togo and sell. But when you go sell a product in Togo and you're coming in, you get safer. Converting safer to cedi is an issue for BOG. They would prefer the dollars. But because of illicit transactions of money flow, illicit money flow, and we also know the effect on our currencies. Even sometimes moving dollar from Togo to Ghana is an issue. You need to do some compliance, and the compliance sometimes can be tedious and frustrating. So today the e-system becomes an easier way of doing transactions, sales, and payment. You could proceed to discuss this under what we call the remittance policy. What are the remittance policies today, and how is government leveraging on that for the purpose of our balance of payment, which are purely economic issues to bring about stability of the cities. So today the digital system is the way forward in terms of efficiency, in terms of payment, in terms of marketing and trading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is great. Very great introduction. I think that for us to really benefit more from this session and conversation, we need to understand what kind of cross-border trade are we looking at, which Doctor has touched base, but I think that we are situating it within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which Ghana is a signatory. And we need to take it up very, very seriously as Africans and as Ghanaians, because if you look at the US market now, the US is taking advantage of an African free system, the free trade. Recently, I met a delegation from the US Trade and State Department who were here to communicate President Trump's new policy for Africa, tying immigration to his trade policy. In other words, if you don't have any serious business and trade issue in the US, then forget it. And so they were here, and one of the reasons they tasked us to do is if I can put together the African American companies who are doing business in Ghana and Africa. And I asked them, what is the rationale? And the rationale is that they want to do trade. They want to do cross-border trade. This one is not cross-border. It's cross-ocean. So if we have the African Continental Free Trade here, then it's important that we take advantage of. One thing before I go to the doctor is that we are always looking at commodities, but the Continental Free Trade also goes beyond commodities to services. And majority of us also who are in this room, apart from you taking advantage in terms of commodity or goods, you can take advantage of the services part: education, health, tourism, business services, professional services, financial services. And I'm sure that when it comes to education, a lot of us can take access when we fully understand it. On that basis, I want to ask Doc, how do we build partnerships? Because since 2020, we have the 2020 PPP Act. From where you sit, from as a business man, as a leader, this public partnership act, public partnership act, from where you sit, is it really creating that opportunity for the private sector and government to really relate? And will you scale it maybe from 1 to 10? Where do you think we are? Because it's important.
All right, thank you. So public-private partnership, it's one of the new ways or innovative ways that governments could engage private sector in large infrastructure projects and even medium-sized service-related projects, and that is happening. I can give you an example and a number of examples. So I recall, and he asked a question, how do you build partnerships? And a partnership should be a win-win situation, depending on your negotiation level as to whether you want a 30%, 70%. What defines your win is your relativity on your cost input and what you believe is a realistic ROI, return on investment, and therefore if you go out to negotiate, that which you negotiate is what you get. So it could be in the case of government, it could be in the case of private sector. So you then go there to identify what the product is or the service you want to offer, and then see where the resources are. Are the resources, i.e. Mineral resources? Are they perhaps
a form of a resource from government. And then what is your strength? Is your strength your capital? Or is your strength your human resource, which presumably will be your IP, intellectual property, that you bring to the table, for which you then go into government, with government to negotiate. The PPP Act gives the steps to which you got to go through with clear feasibility studies, with concept papers, and there are stipulated procedure that you need to go through. Yes, sometimes there are bureaucratic processes that could frustrate the speed to which there may be the entrepreneur or the business person wants to deploy. But those are the procedures as of today. Yes, I participated in one or two, and I can easily tell you sometimes the frustration. Nonetheless, it's one of the best ways for government to scale up and deploy infrastructure speedily and reduce the fiscal expenditure position of government. Process can be frustrating because if you need to go out there and do the feasibility and then consult, and then the process can be frustrating. Nonetheless, you look at the end game. What is the return on investment, the tail end, and what sort of number of years of concession do you have with government to operate? BOT, build, operate, and transfer, build, own. There are various models under the PPP Act that one could study, and they look at your strength and go in there to negotiate with government and then take advantage and then engage on. So in developing the partnership relationship, once you identify your strength, you identify the resource and the problem you can solve with that resource and makes meaning to government as an entity, you will then go probably into an SPV, deploy an SPV vehicle that would give you some reasonability in shares, and then you can deploy how you go about the implementation of the project. Others can be government being a minority shareholder directly or majority shareholder, and then you proceed and deploy your concept. The concept paper or the business plan will be delivered by you. Government, through its own agencies, will vet it and be sure this is worth the cost of government and the returns that it comes to the table with. So how far is government exploring that? We've seen some markets that have been deployed under PPP. We've seen hospitals that have been built, roads that have been built under PPP, other forms of services that have been built under PPP. As to whether government is maximizing the opportunity, it's another school of thought that the economists can put on the scale and determine whether return on investment to government is worth it. That's a subject matter for another day. So this is the general framework under which PPP works, and I believe it's one of the tools that private sector is taking advantage of. And I can give you another example of what happened in the port. The Tema port was built under PPP, MPS. That of the Terminal 3, same, was built under PPP, and then BOT, the operate and the transfer, and it finally becomes that of government. Some of the mining concessions are under such relationship, roads and many more. And I think other software companies are doing the same. Like I can tell you, the birth and death registry, once upon a time, we all know you can get on the street and get a birth certificate. Today, that's not the case, because all the data on the birth and death certificate has been linked with your ID system, your Ghana system, all the way to your banks, and that was one of the biggest campaign messages of the past government. Yes, it is working. In a recent engagement, the banks today will attest to the fact that in the past, companies or individuals will pick money and they get lost. Today, trust me, you can't get lost. With the system that has been synchronized all the way to your property that you own, all the way to your certificate, gradually all the loopholes are being closed and every individual can be traced. These are part of the engagement. Most of these were done under PPP structured engagement. Thank you.
Great. Taking you, do it better for him. Taking you through a bit of the cross-border trade, I think most of us here, I'm sure you would like to start partnership from somewhere. You don't need to look at it from a far distance. We have a lot of resources. If you take DRC Congo, the combined resource in terms of dollars, GDP, it's about $26 trillion, far bigger than the US economy. Yet they are poor. If you come to Ghana also, We are hitting the ranges of over $1 trillion when we put our natural resources and other resources together. Under the ESCFT, how do you identify partnerships? How are you, if you are here and you want to do business, how do you get to know a partner somewhere who is ready to do business with you? So the cross-border trade is not looking at only maybe exporting a product to the nearby country. No. Comparative advantage. And I want to give a critical example. Last year, I don't know whether, I think for the past 3 years, if you have looked, there's been a surge in the cosmetic industry. The shea butter. From where I sit, a lot of traders have exported and they've made money. They did it under one of the programs I'll be asking Doc, under the ESCFT by the Ghana office, called the Guided Trade Initiative. So what they do is that they are part of the value chain. You might not be the one to export finally, but you can go for the shea butter, or you can be part of the processing, and then you give it to somebody who can do the finished product and packaging and export, and you will still be part. That is one way of identifying partnerships. The US government has a program called Select 2024. They Select program. They started it 3 years ago. And what is the purpose? They want Africans to invest in the US. They are busy looking for you to come and invest where you can create job employment for people. And Doc mentioned the trade hub in Kenya, where they call it the Ghana House, Export House. That is exactly what Chinese are operating here. We call the China Mall. That is what they are doing. And so if we don't wake up to identify our resources and partnerships, it means that we'll always give away our resources. They get better support in terms of investing overseas, and then they come and sell it cheap here and you cannot compete. So we need to identify the basic resources that's available to us. It could be services. I used to receive calls from some chiefs who say, look, we have identified, or we have discovered limestone. What is the investment approach you give us? Do you have investors for us? Yes, there are so many investors who are ready to come in, but they need the right partners. So I want to ask Doc, which is very, very important. We had the supply chain crisis during the COVID-19. And you are within the manufacturing chain of the supply chain. We want to find out from you, Karen, what is your assessment of our technological readiness in sustaining or backing up a supply chain, especially in cross-border trade? Are we ready in terms of technology in the event of another pandemic? What happens?
What's the marking scheme you put on this question?
There is no marking scheme.
The facilitators want to really pack the question.
Are we ready technologically?
That is convoluted. From the final stage, how ready are we? Yes. In terms of degree, we are still not very ready. A number of initiatives were deployed to back the disruption and to grant entrepreneurs and policymakers the opportunity to create that readiness. In my assessment and from my institution's assessment, the level of readiness is not up. And granted that there's another disruption, we might go to the same disruptions. I say this because today, about 70% of all manufacturing companies import about 90% of their raw materials. It suggests to you that basic raw materials in Ghana as an input for our productions is still under average. May I use the basic? Let me use millet, all right? Or sorghum, or maize. These are everyday products that we produce, correct?
Yes, correct.
But we all hear that the poultry farmers' feed are very expensive. Thank you. So you can see that we don't have sufficient maize to preserve, to guarantee you food security, food sovereignty, and even productivity at a competitive price. By virtue of that, your cost of chicken will be expensive. and therefore it becomes easier to import tons of chicken into Ghana as against the productivity. I give you another one. Guinea's Ghana needs a lot of millet and maize to produce the very malt we all enjoy. It's a challenge to get significant quantity of this raw material at the right quality to produce significant amount of malt. So today, there are a lot of malt being imported, and you are intellectuals. Once you import a lot of malt, there's a pressure on the cedi. The cycle goes up, it creates deficit, and the deficit creates debt for government, and it balloons. It goes to derail the macroeconomic fundamentals, and the hardship is still there. So I just gave these few examples. You can go on and on. In all the sectors, in all the products, the challenge is still there. When it happens that way, you really need strong hands and very bold decisions from leadership to correct the misalignments. And I think Professor Kote and I and Professor Aka and the team members, they said, we've been doing this engagement in policy discussion and roundtable engagement. So how ready are we, granted that there's another disruption? In terms of degree, I will still put it under 45%. Because 45%. Because if you are importing 70+% of your raw materials, including the crude oil that the IPPs use for generating power, once there's a shipping disruption, it will affect everything. And that's what happened. The supply chain, the vessels coming in were disrupted in terms of the pandemic. And then the shipping vessels, the price quadrupled. So your cost of production shoots up, cost of living shoots up. And then beyond that, it becomes an issue of either a demand pool, and then government seeking to make more revenue, it makes a cost push factors, and to rake in money to make it sustainable in operation. Because once the freight charges goes up, the cost of crude oil that you used to for the IPPs will shoot up, your power costs will go up, and the cascading effect goes through. So it's pretty complicated, and that is why Donald Trump per se will push the American First agenda. How do you develop your own? How do you get food sovereignty? And in the basket of inflation, food is one of the drivers. And unfortunately, beyond all the slogans and beyond all the initiatives, unfortunately, food basket is still driving the inflationary basket significantly. Besides that, we believe there are other factors on the exchange rate front that we believe government must tackle. So I do not believe we are very ready because the fundamentals are still weak. The structures of the economy have not been transformed significantly by virtue of the IMF interventions to give us the liberty to redirect our finances accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doc has made a very important submission. I want to take our attention back to something. I think that these days there is the growth of e-commerce or digital trade. In one way or the other, I don't know whether we are really practicing e-commerce, or because you check people's phone status and they are selling so many products. You go online, local website, you see so many products, but 90% of those products are not locally made. So we are still really promoting the brands of other countries. Secondly, we ask ourselves, we need to look at the unique way of how we can solve our issues. There was a Nobel economic laureate, I think it's about 10 years ago, Indian. He had a bank, and he realized that the people cannot really have collateral. So he sat down and said, look, let me find a way of still giving them support, but at the end of the day, I also realized something. So what he did was, he decided to give, are we here? Because I'll come back to you and you tell me what is happening. Pardon? Good. This Indian economist who owns a bank, he turned around the economic living of most Indians. That's why they gave him the award. How did he do it? He said, look, instead of me giving you the money and you cannot pay with any collateral, those of you who want to go into livestock production, I'll buy the livestock for you. Maybe it's cattle. You buy maybe 10 and then you value it. So when you come for about 3 of the cows or cattle, then you go and rear it. If you get about 100 out of it, you come back and then pay in monetary value. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah came out with the policy of indigenization, where we look at how the local fabric of what we can do, and at the end of the day, come out with some solutions. How many of us patronize our own garments and textiles? Thank God the 2 of us are in our kaftan or something, so that you will not accuse us. How many of us go to our parliament? You will see all manner of branding suits. Where do we start from? Today, UNESCO had elevated our kente, so that it means therefore that it is more like how do you put it? A kind of acknowledge and recognize fabric or textile. Therefore, if you want to export it, it has a lot of demand. Kente. The last time we saw the previous Speaker of Parliament, Congress, wearing stripes of our kente. How many of us have some of in our wardrobes? I heard the story of a lady from Botswana. She came to do national service here, schooled in the University of Ghana. What did she do? She decided to buy our GTP, exported it to Botswana, and sold it. And she's still doing it. And she used that revenue to pay for a school, and now she has a lot of shops running in Botswana selling Ghanaian GTP materials and kente. So we need to indigenize our commerce. And that takes me to the market accessibility of exactly what we mean by what we are doing, digital trade. What do we actually mean? Is it just advertising something on your phone or website? Is that it? Or maybe selling somebody's product on your phone. Is that digital trade? Or we are missing something? It takes me to that. I want to draw, Doctor, this question before I go to the audience. There was a program by the Ghana After Office, the Guided Trade Initiative, where, like you said, there was countries that came together. Ghana took some of its products to those countries. They also brought theirs, and then there was a tariff reduction. In your best interest, some authorities are saying that program should not be sustained. Others are saying they should be sustained. Others said they benefit few people that maybe are aligned to government or certain people in society, so they call those companies, and others are marginalized. Do you think the Guided Trade Initiative that focuses on selected countries, and then certain companies are allowed to bring their products, especially most of them are primary products in most unfinished states, to export outside Ghana but within Africa? Is that program worth sustaining?
The gentleman wants to put me in the corner. The Guided Trade Initiative was a pilot project to kick and give some stimulus to the after trade initiative that we have been seeking to perfect. However, we know the challenges on the geopolitical platform of Africa. Geopolitical because the after initiative to the Africans, it's a great initiative. But you have partners from the US, the EU, the Eastern Bloc, who have found the African continent and market very fertile. And as you seek to develop your new market, that will also come with its own challenges, just as if you started a business. So in the AU concept to develop the after, there were a number of bottlenecks in terms of negotiation. Once upon a time, we knew what our big brother Nigeria did. That Nigeria, through colleagues of mine were in manufacturing. Then I recall those days, Dangote was the chair of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. They went to their president and said, we are not ready for after. And they refused to sign, and the president couldn't table the, what do you call, the signature, regulatory issues. Yeah. There are dynamics to trade. Today we all seek to practice a free market economy, where demand and supplies are the determinants of what you buy on the market, with associated factors that play in and out. So as you seek to promote an initiative of this, to give some catalyst to the entire after initiative, there'll be fallouts, there'll be gains. That which outweighs the other and the forces at play determines the survival of the initiative, i.e. whether the demand and supply are the determinants and the other associated factors then become the norm. So within the free market economy, you cannot enforce or deliberately force people to conform to an initiative if you seek to do demand and supply, free market economy. If it's a command economy, it's a different matter. So you cannot analyze the initiative in isolation. Yes, so a few of our companies were picked up. They waived the tariff system to make it look good so that their product will go all the way tariff-free to Kenya, tariff-free to about, I forget the number, in South Africa? Yeah. And then and I think one other, is it Morocco or one of the countries? Egypt, thank you. So that it becomes, to the politicians, they'll do their PR around it, and then to the implementers, and then to the actual players like myself and my colleagues, the roadblocks beyond the initiative became the reality of the moment. Now you try to do your shipments, and then in the e-commerce related issues we were discussing, one of the regulatory issues we need to harmonize is the custom trade regulation, the tariff system. Even though we are in the economic bloc of West Africa, between us and Togo and a few of the West African countries operating the e-commerce and the ETLS, we have our own challenges. Crossing border, I can tell a few of my friends moving their goods from here to Ivory Coast. Across board, consciously, a few of the countries, Ivory Coast and associated ones, are seeking to promote same products in their country. Whilst they go protocol-wise and sit on AU and sit on ECOWAS, speaking with the mindset of a liberalized African continent. After that, you come back, they come to compute their GDP, and they go to their electorate, which is a free, adult suffrage, one man, one vote. And therefore, if your GDP and your revenue basket is not sufficient to stabilize and develop your infrastructure, the man walking down the street can determine your future, just as it happened in the last election. So there are a number of dynamics to trade than orchestrated. So the initiative was orchestrated, it looked good, but sustainability is a subject matter of demand and supply, and the free market economy determines it. Whilst the regulatory issues between the countries, which is a political issue, because that is determined by government and the various regulatory bodies, it's also a challenge to date, and that is why we are struggling to perfect it. But it's still work in progress, and I believe I will not be the determinant of whether it's good or not. Let the free market economic theory determine its sustainability. Thank you.
Give him a very big round of applause. I'm coming to you. We cannot exhaust this awesome topic because digital trade is a world on its own. I'm coming to you. If you have any question, comment, you are not clear on something, or you want to start a business, please, I don't know if who is going to help me to get the mic across. Please let me see by hand. If you have a question, please, okay, I can see a hand there. First one, second. Please, can you be in the aisle so that it will be easier for us? Can you line up in the aisle so that we can identify you properly? Yes. No lady yet? Okay. So you ask your question and then maybe we'll take, please, how many now so far? Okay. Look, you want to take each or all of them? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Please, your name, your institution, and then.
Ferguson Kwame Ajeku, Vice Chairman, Nat Greater Accra Region. Thank you. Yes, we are talking about how we can use the digital platform to promote our indigenous, especially our indigenous businesses. And then how we can also have taste for our own indigenous goods and services. But I think the individual indigents, we are doing our best. We are trying. Because even if you look at the social media, wonderful things people are doing across the country, we are trying our best. But once again, unfortunately, the people that are supposed to give the impetus to these individuals to bring them up so that the nation can benefit from, I feel that they are rather discouraging us. So I look at this example and I don't know whether there is something that somebody is not telling us which is wrong about that entity or that individual. We are in this country, we know vehicles are produced and other gadgets are produced in this country by an emeritus apostle called Susafo. And all the time, he has this exhibition and he invites the people that matter to his exhibition. And we see his cars of late all over the place. But the APES leadership that's supposed to promote this is not happening. These are some of the demotivating experiences that people have, which is making it very difficult for us to have our indigenous companies, because we know very well, we have been hearing, the people who are producing these things abroad that we are importing, they are patronizing the greed of our people and ensuring that they are discouraging these things. What do we do, Doc? What do we do to discourage? We know Nigeria, they have banned what is importation of rice or so. We don't know whether still is ongoing so. What do we do that we can also discourage that and encourage our own indigenous companies so that we can also develop the taste for our indigenous goods and services? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Right, thank you.
Hello.
My question is very simple. I'm a teacher in administration. I spend most of my time at the office.
Please, your name.
I'm Francis.
Francis, okay, thank you.
I want to go into this kind of digital trading and nothing, but the risk involved is scaring me. How do you motivate me to go into it? And what are the risk-free areas which I can also go into? Thank you very much.
You want to take? Hello. Okay, we'll take the third person, and you want to take the all right. So we'll take this first batch, and then please carry on.
Thank you. I'm Abba Jacqueline Opoku, and I'm with the Economic and Organized Crime Office. So issues of crime investigation are of interest to me. And this topic, so looking at this topic, this area, it's very interesting. It's critical for us and for our development and our progression so that we can be counted in the Committee of Nations. But the same way that someone will put their hand in your pocket when you're walking around Makola, pick your phone and throw it, or your purse, and by the time you realize they've taken off one shirt, they are wearing another color, and it's difficult to identify them. We have similar functioning within the digital space. So it is important for each of us to do our due diligence. I think mine is more of a comment, but it's something which we need to take policy decision about and also put measures in place so that we can insulate and secure those who seek to join that space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me start from Abba's comment. So in AGI, AGI has a relationship with GIZ, the German DI, a donor institution, that will develop an app to certify and validate all online businesses that are trading. So and through the process, you will have a validation sticker so that when you are trading, at least we could authenticate through our methodology, identifying where you are, tick all the boxes so that when you trade with X company on the platform, by virtue of this sticker, it gives you some certainty of guarantee, presumably 98, not 100%. So that what Abba is saying is purely valid, and that's why we brought this initiative, and we are doing this with the Germans, and then we are deploying and rolling out carefully. Because in the same Abba space, there are a lot of digital fraud, and that is also prevailing now. And once upon a time, even our country was even labeled until recently delisted. And then you see people doing all manner of fraud. And I shouldn't tell you, you know better than I do on this one. So Abba is right on that course. So regulation, monitoring, enforcement, and then ability to trace each individual makes a difference. And I recall the days when the Ministry of Communications sought to make sure that every individual using a particular phone number is registered.
Yeah.
They did all this gradually to meet it, but there are still bad elements in there, and they're creating because they say if you be a mention room, so you will still be looking for all the mentions. So Abba, that is why your outfit is there to complement us, and we used to engage your boss until recently, so therefore we work with you together. The second one has to do with digital trade. My colleague who says he wants to go into digital trade. The first recommendation would be you first need to identify the product you want to trade in. And then the next experience is that reach out to us. I have a few of my members here, and we can introduce you to one or two of the companies already into the digital trade. So you do the experiential learning. So you move from the stage of theory and go on the field, try a few hands, and all the tricks in the business and the survival tactics will be taught. I will not seek to give you a consultancy service for here that you will not be willing to issue me a check for. So come over and let's discuss it. No, so what I seek to tell you is that come and let's give you experiential knowledge so that you can then see the options and the trade issues within it. There are all manner of trading happening on the digital world. You know of the bitcoins, you know of all manner of trading that is happening. We have experts in all that space, and once you reach out to AGI, we can give you a hand-holding approach to meet your desires. On the case of Kantaka, I just wanted to be sure I get it right. It is a political decision. I recall my visit to Korea. I recall the case of POSCO, right? POSCO once upon a time used to be one of the big steel companies, and it went down like Vaco. Today struggling. Alouette is struggling. Deliberately they picked and created POSCO and then privatized it. Same can be named of General Motors in the US in the era of the crisis, the financial crisis, not the recent one. Consciously, a leader picks them and creates them. So when you do the creating, then you put conditions. Because I recall in the case of, what do you call, GM, right? The General Motors.
GM Motors, yeah.
After they gave them the stimulus boost, they gave them a clear condition and an exit plan. In 5 years, you create X amount of job, you create an X amount of revenue, and then the KPIs were clear. And at the tail end, the government revenue can be returned to chest. So Kantaka can be picked by any of the government and say, all government vehicles, Kantaka, we give you the first 1 year, and he said, I'll give you exemption for all the raw materials you seek to do. And he can create Kantanka. Automatically, that whole Sabbath can become that of Colorado. Is it Colorado?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the U.S. where it's a whole car city. It can be Detroit. I think it's Detroit I wanted to call. It can be done. But it's a choice of a government. What happened in Korea was a choice of a leader. Today, one of the clauses that came in the past government's exemption clause was that they can grant you exemption and swap it for equity. You can grant Kantanka exemption for 500 cars, bring the inputs, take equity in his business so you have a stake in the decision making, and monitor it and gradually exit, and Kantanka can be built. So a number of them are built in that manner. Deliberate intervention to grow a few. Unfortunately, we are in a political dispensation whereby when you seek to grow a few, it's an issue. They become political entrepreneurs. But whether you like it or not, you and I can name a few that have been political entrepreneurs. It becomes the ingenuity of the leader to go beyond a particular political season and survive. So, my colleague, in part of my legal life when we used to read law, we have law and development. Deliberate create policies and support systems to bring such people up. In my recent engagement with the president-elect, current President Mahama, we said go into commercial farming. Just identify 100 companies nationwide. Segment it. North 20, Middle Belt 20, 20, 20. Deliberately pick them. And deliberately give them KPIs. Yeah. Give them intervention. Give them a year, a period to perform. If you do not perform, there are sanctions. And then with that, when you deliberately push these people, it becomes the Pareto principle. That 20 becomes big, and you then draw all the young men with them and give them what we call subcontracting jobs. And we go. It's leadership. Thank you.
I think that, thank you. Before the next questions, the issue of digital trade, I think our appeal to organizers will do a good webinar on digital trade. ASCFTA has what we call the protocol on digital trade. It's a whole ocean on its own. The young man who says he's giving up, please don't give up. Because there are very many dynamics when it comes to digital trade. If you want to give up, use Uber as an example. If the income of Uber is over several billions of dollars, closer to what Ghana earns in GDP, then you don't want to give up. So there are various dynamics to it. I wanted to touch on the automobile industry. The ASCFTA sought $1 billion to finance the automotive industry under the ASCFTA. All that they are asking is that if you want to manufacture car or you want to be in the value chain, please seek support. We want Ghana-made cars. Last year, my investment organization met about 5 companies from outside Ghana, those from BMW, McLaren, Audi, and who want to come and assemble in Ghana. You see, there are very difficult issues. I met Mercedes-Benz, their manager, last 2 years. And I said, why don't you build plan? They said, no. That when they put together the monthly sales of cars being purchased in the US, it sounds a bit the total for the year in Ghana. So they don't see the benefit of coming here. Then the other issues to protection issues. You cannot even export car from Ghana to Togo. So yes, there are issues. So under the ASCFTA, they are now trying to eliminate those tariffs. And that is the rules of origin that they are working on now. Already we have some VW or other ones doing, I even visited them myself, Nissan, I think Nissan and another company doing the assembly. The issue I heard about Kantanka from another perspective has to do with, you see, you have to have a way of, we now go to, what do you call it? This legal, what do you call it? Property rights, intellectual properties. It's another key, and then also spare parts. It's another key. These are dynamics not just because some government, because the Minister of Trade, the previous one, I remember I sat in meeting, they said they were ready to help. But I also want to pause there. There are issues that their company must also come up with so that they can also be supported. So I just want to throw a bit of light on that side. If you want to go into car automotive industry, maybe you might not manufacture cars. You might be for the tires, the accessories, the upholstery, what have you. You fit into that benefit or that package. Please, can we take the next line of questions? If our time is drawing near, please, organizers, please alert us. Please, your name and then the institution you are coming from.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasiru Adamu Kasim. I work with NAT. Thank you very much for your presentations. It has been insightful.
Thank you.
Mine is a way of contribution which can also come as a question. There is a challenge we are faced with. And the challenge is that we like to trade. We like to trade, but we don't produce enough to trade in. And that is a big challenge for us. We talk of this high inflation and all those things. It all goes out to that. We don't produce enough again because we don't have the necessary skills and expertise. Now I want to reference something that happened in 2018 in Morocco. There was a conference, a UN conference, which culminated in a protocol, in a compact that was signed, Global Action for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, which actually sought to minimize the negative effects of migration and then improve the positive one so that people will not migrate so much to the metropolis. Now, that ended up rather with these Western countries bringing up with something called LMIA, Labor Market Impact Assessment. Before even they give us visa, if we want to go there. I think you mentioned that fact that US and the rest want the best from Africa. So that is what has landed us there. But when you come back to Africa here, because of our protocols of free movements and this after thing and all artificial barriers, you see people flopping into Ghana and other countries without the necessary skills. And we accept them here, we accommodate them here. We don't have, I don't know the extent to which we've documented them. Is it not possible for us to document these people, get to know the level of their expertise and skills, and see how best we can partner with their countries to give them the necessary training here, so they also look across board and then get that done. I think that is a way forward for us to go if we actually want to do this to get to resilient Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mabel. Mine is general question. Listening to all the speakers from yesterday till now, I could see we have great minds in this country. But why are we still suffering? Is it because you are not being given the chance to give your best, or you are keeping them to yourself so that you'll be on top always? I don't get it. Thank you.
Yes, can we take?
Why are we suffering? My name is Emmanuel, and I want to, you may have to pardon my ignorance.
Can we listen to his question, please?
You may have to pardon my ignorance when it comes to ICT, digital trade, and then online trade. I do a little bit of online buying, and I do both on those that have Ghanaian architecture and then outside. And then when you get to the Ghanaian, let's say, online platforms, you are checking the product specifications. Let's say, for example, I want to buy a vehicle. The description says it's an automatic vehicle. Then you start going to the photos, and you realize that it is a manual vehicle. That scares me. And then when it comes to payment, the person who is operating that platform tells you that don't do payment online. Meanwhile, you expect me to trade online. As compared to other foreign platforms, there are checks, as you mentioned earlier on, in terms of the labeling. And when you even do payment, the payment does not go to the seller until the buyer confirms that he or she has received the product before the money is released. How can we replicate that in Ghana so that at least this can generate some kind of youth employment, because I believe that if we try to put up to increase the infrastructure in terms of the product security and then the payment security, a lot of our youth who are sitting at home with the help of a mobile phone will be able to create jobs for themselves. How do we do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Cosmos Seluka with NAS. Please, let's call speed a speed.
Call it.
All that we are doing is because of politics. It's partisan politics that is killing the country. Anytime any guy wants to grant tax waiver to their cronies, no legal problems. But when they are granted to other people, legal issues. Just last 2 weeks, Ibrahim Traoré, he brought LI to their country. That even judges should not put on their wig and those things. So just Burkina here, he has banned it. What can't you do here? It's partisan politics. That's killing the country. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello. Can we take? Please, can we listen to a question? Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity given me. I'm Aisha Malika Ajani, Public Utility Workers Union of TUC. Yeah, please, our moderator says...
Hello, can we listen to our sister?
Our moderator says something about patronizing made in Ghana products and other stuff. For me, my concern is sometimes, the made in Ghana products are very expensive as compared to the other products. So now we are saying that we should patronize made in Ghana. How do we, what measures can we put in place for the price of the made in Ghana to go down so that we can patronize them? Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. We take our last, and then we thank you very much.
My name is Vivian Shantenu, also from TUC. When I was listening to your thoughts, you made mention of why do we always advertise foreign goods more than our own made in Ghana goods. How can we hello?
How can we promote? How can we patronize our own goods?
In Ghana, I know we have the
Can we listen to her, please?
We have the innovative ideas and we have the skills. But to me, it's the branding, the way we brand our goods is one factor. Then the second one is, how is the government supporting the informal sector, which is the largest employer of the country? Someone can have an innovative idea of doing something, but without the support of the government, how can the person implement it well? So we have to think about government supporting the informal sector, like how in the just ended election, President Mohammed's manifesto, something that he said about women ban, something like that, so that when the informal sector is promoted or synthesized, everything will be okay.
Thank you very much. Please, we have about 5 minutes, so once you make it brief for us, we'll finish and then we can address. Yes, can we take the last two? I think that's the last two questions. And Doku, yes.
I work with ECG and
Public Utility Workers Union and TUC. With the political interference in the field of private manufacturers, like we laid emphasis on Apostle Safo's case, the government has also implemented the STEM schools, and we are hoping that they come out successful with their areas of expertise. If the fate of the existing manufacturers are dying off, what is the fate of the STEM students after graduation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mumi Nuruddin.
Okay.
Yeah, you talk of patronizing made in Ghana goods. I think recently there was a ban on importation of rice from Burkina to Ghana. But when you look at the rice that we produce here, as compared to what is imported, the price is much cheaper than what we produce here. And then I want to find out how true it is. From my checks, I was informed that they are not the people who even produce the rice. They also import it somewhere, bring it to Burkina, then do the packaging, and then it's now imported here. But just still, the price is cheaper than what we produce in Tamale and other places. They are still lying there. Yet we patronize the Burkina rice and then those of your Qualis rice. So what is the difference?
Thank you very much. Let's accept the. Thank you. Doc.
All right.
Can we? Hello. We want to give you some of the responses.
So let's start from the rice, because I could see it generated a lot of.
Hello.
Sometimes we do not, perhaps for sake of lack of knowledge, you might be surprised the said rice that is coming through Burkina Faso might be coming from Thailand and might be a rice that has been in the warehouse for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So by the time it's coming through and it's beating the current market price, you see it as rice. You taste it as rice. But the storage might have been in a warehouse storage facility. Well, that is one of the difficulties we find ourselves in our food security. And I mentioned it earlier, food security, food sovereignty, because of post-harvest losses. And that is a challenge to the college, the university. And I know today Atomic Energy has developed some form of innovation. How do we preserve the basic cereals we use? Naturally, most of them have 6 months to 1 year lifespan. But in Thailand, in the West, in the East, they can preserve this product for 3 to 5, 10 years. Then they apply the theory of FIFO, first in, first out. So by the time the rice that is coming to you that is cheaper, it has been a 10 years old storage. And therefore when you're disposing it, he's already made his ROI on it. So if you do not understand it and you are just analyzing, pay what you have this position. So it becomes an issue of our government and leadership to develop sustainable preservatives and systems to create food security and food storage. Thank you. May I proceed to the next one? You mentioned the case of same promoting Ghana goods. There are dynamics of it, quality, okay, and pricing. And therefore, if the same rice comes through the same border and the local person was producing rice and his is cheaper, because you do not perhaps know this, you go for that. That is why quality through the Standards Authority and Food and Drugs Authority matters in what comes to your market. Because if you do not, you'll be buying an old stock which has lost all its nutrients. But because your belly be full, perhaps you don't care. So there are trade dynamics, regulations that...
Hello, we are not here. Okay.
There are trade dynamics in terms of quality, in terms of pricing, in terms of tariffs that one needs to deploy to get some certainty and create your manufacturers the space to survive. If you lack all this, there'll be what you call industrialization. And this is what is happening to Ghana over the many years of decades. It's not protectionist, but it is a fair regulatory systems that we do not seem to implement the laws carefully, and therefore we are going through most of this difficulty. So therefore it becomes a case that most of the Ghanaian products that might be fresh with short lifespan, which should be better than the long kept ones, are higher in prices, but presumably quality might be better. You mentioned STEM, so that one you did a narrative very carefully. Once you are training the young ones and they do not have manufacturing outfits to enter, that is why you have the level of unemployment. That is why when the politicians come, we tell them, your slogan and your manifesto is underpinned by industry. If you do not find a way to adhere to correct the wrongs and anomalies in industry, unfortunately it will not happen. Kantake's case, I'll give you another flip one. We keep asking ourselves, how come cocoa, we produce cocoa, but how come we are not doing a lot of value addition? And how come we are not creating a lot of chocolates? The three major ingredients for creating chocolate, the cocoa beans, which does about 30 to 40%, I'm told. The next one is milk, dairy milk, we don't have it. And then sugar, you don't produce it. So therefore, how can it be competitive if the man in the next street has all this and he's deliberately created the dairy, the sugar, and he's importing cocoa? Of course, he has 2 out of the 3 major factors. Of course, you cannot be competitive. And then thirdly, your power cost is excessive. So you see the dynamics and the complications of the problem on the president is heavy. The next one that you mentioned, so it's same as Kantaka. So as Kantaka seeks to do that, you realize that when the past government under Alan Chamantin sought to do the SKD, that's the semi-knockdown and the complete knockdown system that they brought for cars, they were then promoting the value addition on the aluminium value chain. That's what came about the JIDEC, integrated aluminium value chain. So that when you have aluminium, which is one of the vital components of cars, once you have it in abundance and you are producing, you can produce the alloys, and about 60 to 70% of the raw materials for a cars, that is what will attract a plant to come here. But if you do not have aluminium, then you have the bauxite in excess, but you do not have a refinery, but you have Valco and you have Aluworks that are producing all manner of roofing chains and the cans we use for cooking, but you don't have a refinery. Between the raw material and the value chain, it is significant in price. And a ton of oil is about $46. And the processed alumina, when you go on the market, is over $3,000. So if you do not find a way to put $1 billion in refinery and complete that value chain, your car industry will not survive. And then out of that, when you have produced oil and petrochemical industries are in, and you cannot add value to produce plastics, which are part of the cars, you can't have a car industry. So we have all this, we have all these good ideas. Unfortunately, there are a common denominator that is disfiguring our macroeconomic issues. And I was here, that day Professor Aite was here, and we had a roundtable discussion. And I brought it up. And I keep repeating it. GRA at 891, that says that whenever you import a product into Ghana, your reference point of exchange rate is per the BOG rate. What implies is that every 2 weeks when the exchange happens at the port, every cost of production from the factory gate to the service gate goes up automatically. Every 2 weeks. Same as the debt of 700 billion that we have, every 2 weeks is ballooning. That is the state of affairs. That is why the lady will ask, why are we poor? These are the basis. Because the law that is being practiced there, it is a disincentive to manufacturing and to the growth of our country. We have advocated, we have stated it, but the decision makers are not acting on it. So, my dear brothers and sisters, there are solutions. But there must be leadership with understanding. And you see, when you seek to do that correction, there are economic implications. That very day I mentioned, to every country you need an independent monetary policy, free capital flow, and then what we call the stable currency. You can choose 2 out of the 3. The economists will tell you that it's part of the invisible theory. You can't do the 3. Ghana takes the independent monetary policy and free capital flow. So we can stabilize our city. And what I'm seeking to tell you, China did it. That's why China made it. Why do you think the US and China are always on trade war on the stability of their currency? For an underdeveloped economy, where we have not gotten out of the woods, what we are practicing if we do not change it, it will go worse to worse because there's competition on the market. Finally, talked about digital world and trade. It has to do with regulation. Regulation. Then what do I add to it? What was that? I think I captured it all. God bless you. Homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Hello. Please give it up for Doc. In wrapping up, this is what I want to recommend. These topics, we need to have time for a webinar, or we need to have a sponsorship. We should fight for sponsorship for this program so that we can tackle some of these very, very interesting topics. So we all should support organizers in seeking sponsorship. Secondly, my investment organization has been supporting, the first person who talked about people at the top. I've been supporting the best I can in promoting investment for governments, private sector companies, and individuals. Sometimes when you get there, try and also remember those who pushed you there. A gentleman is manufacturing shoes. Today I didn't wear his shoe. A young guy. His designs were beautiful. He has gone through all the corridors of our trade ministries. I recommended him for a program, I think the After Business program in Rwanda. I didn't want to go. I was invited, but I stepped down for him to use my ticket. Yes, I stayed back. When he went and he showcased his shoes, to his amazement, there were a lot of investors from Nigeria who were very interested, who called him back to support him, and they bought tickets for him to Nigeria to go in. That is how it starts. So there are a lot of people up there who are helping, and we're also ready to help. Once somebody talked about STEM, I brought a company from Dubai in education. At that time, the University of Cape Coast was the center of excellence for STEM, but it was taken from them. At that time, Doc, all the faculty, they didn't know exactly what the pathways were. We trained them online. Every hour, we were to charge $700. We did it for 2 weeks, free. Ask me whether the state even thanked me. Yes. So, we at the top, sometimes we help. It depends on who is receiving. A gentleman brought me a note right now. I'm going to look at that. So if you have an investment idea, or maybe lands, or something you think you want us to give investment match, you can contact us. If you think that you have tried your best and you need us to refer you somewhere, we can push in through. So I want to thank the organizers for the invitation, and also let you know that we're ever ready to support you. Aisha, you asked the question, but you stepped out. But for you to also to know that we are ready to support you at any moment to identify an investment opportunity. For those of you who want to go into share butter, if you go to Tanzania now, the trees are in the wild. We are ramping it up in the north. So if you want to relocate to Tanzania, let's talk. Go and stay there and go and show them how you can process and add value to the share, which they don't know what to do. So these are some of the ways you have to redraft your activities so that you can get the necessary support. I can't say much now. I want to thank you and thank Doc for your time and for all that you've done so far. We are grateful. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All too soon, we have come to the end of the 76th Annual New Year School and Conference. We are going to actually have the closing ceremony. So I know you have the program. Okay, so we can open to it. It's at the middle. I think the middle part of our booklets. Yes, so it is now my duty to introduce the chairman for the closing ceremony, and then we would have his remarks. In the booklet, we should have had our Pro Vice Chancellor. Our Pro Vice Chancellor, in the person of Professor Felix Ankuma Asante, but unfortunately he's not here with us. But we have an equally good representative. We have somebody representing him. So I would want to read a little of his profile, and then he would come and give his remarks. So, Professor David Dodu Ahin, he is the Director for Research and Innovation Directorate. Prof. Dodu is a Professor of Material Science and Engineering and currently the Director of the Research and Innovation Directorate of the University of Ghana. He holds a PhD in Materials Engineering from the University of Trento, Italy, an MSc in Development Finance from the University of Ghana Business School, and a certificate in Science and Technology Paths and Areas of Innovation from South Korea. Prof. Dodu Ahin joined the University of Ghana as a lecturer in 2011 and became a full professor in 2021. He has served as head of the Department of Material Science and Engineering from the year 2014 to 2016, acting director of the Institute of Applied Science and Technology, that's from August to December 2016, and substantive director from 2022 to 2024. Prof. Dodu Ahin has been instrumental in fostering partnerships between academia, industry, and government to drive sustainable energy transitions and address climate change. He is a fellow of the African Science Leadership Program and the IAP Science Advice from Policy Program. He has published extensively in international peer-reviewed scientific journals, book chapters, and patents, and has participated in several local and international conferences. So ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please let's welcome our chairperson for the closing ceremony, Prof. Dodu.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm standing in for the Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Felix Ankuma Asante of the University of Ghana. He would have loved to be here with you, but equally important duties have taken him out of campus. I will do that on his behalf. So, distinguished guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon we come to the end of this wonderful 76th Annual New Year School at the University of Ghana. As we draw the curtain on this Annual New Year School and Conference, which is organized by the School of Continuing and Distance Education of the College of Education of the University of Ghana, I am filled with immense gratitude and a deep sense of fulfillment for what we have achieved over these past 2 days, as it were, and what we have seen already. I have already enjoyed the latter part of the session with the enthusiasm from Mr. Humphrey Assem. This year's conference themed Attaining the 5 Ps of Sustainable Development for a Resilient Ghana: People, Planet, Prosperity, Peace, and Partnerships has been nothing short of exceptional. The intellectual discourse that has already taken place, the innovative ideas and actionable recommendations shared by speakers and the participants have reaffirmed the critical role of this platform in shaping the national and global agenda. Your active participation and contributions have enriched our collective understanding and inspired the pathways to address the pressing challenges of our time. Especially our keynote speakers, the panelists and moderators, I extend my heartfelt appreciation. Your insights have been invaluable, your perspectives enlightening, and your expertise unmatched. To our participants, both in person and those who have joined us virtually, your engagement and input have underscored the vitality and relevance of this event. Permit me to also extend my sincerest gratitude to the hard-working provost, who I think is not currently here, Professor Samuel Niade Kujo, the Dean, Prof. Olivia Kwapong, for your hard work. Of course, the Director of the Annual New Year School and Conference, Dr. Simon Peter Kafui Aheto, for your work, Deans and Directors, the Planning Committee members, our heads of departments, dedicated staff, the media, and everyone who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the success of this event. Your commitment and professionalism have been very remarkable. As we leave here today, I urge all of us to keep the momentum going. Let the ideas and the solutions discussed not remain within the confines of this conference and the university, but rather catalyze real transformation in our respective spheres of influence. Remember that the real success of this gathering lies in the actions we take moving forward. Finally, I would like to thank the School of Continuing and Distance Education of the College of Education, University of Ghana, and our esteemed partners, sponsors, for their unwavering support in sustaining this iconic annual event. Together, we continue to demonstrate that the annual New Year School and Conference is more than just a tradition. It is indeed a beacon of hope and progress for our nation and beyond. Let us go forth with a renewed energy that we have attained here, the commitment and resolve to make a greater impact in this year and the years ahead. I wish us all a safe travel, and I wish you all a prosperous new year. God bless you.
Please, let's do it better for him. Prof, thank you very much for your remarks. So we'll take a brief remarks also from Dr. Jack Andrews Doche. He is the Executive Director of the Annual New Year School and Conference. Please, a round of applause once again.
Thank you very much, School Administrator, Registrar of the College of Education, the Dean, Professor Olivia Kwapong, and Chairperson of the Annual New Year School Planning Committee, representative of the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Registrar of the College of Education, Mr. Nkansa, Dr. Peter Heto, Director of the school, Dr. Ama, Co-Director, Distinguished and esteemed 76 New Year School participants, it gives me a great pleasure to make some few remarks at the closing ceremony of this very important event. Before I proceed, respectfully, may I request all of you to just bow down your head for a minute. Last year at this very school, I sat by the regional director of Savannah, Mrs. Micah, who was at this school. Unfortunately, she has been called home by the Lord. May you please bow down your head for a minute silence. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. So all too soon we have come to another very exciting 76th Annual New Year School on a very exciting theme that has engaged the attention of all of us. The focus of this year's school is to enable you and I to continue the conversation of rethinking how to sustain our development agenda in this country. So one of the participants asked, each year we come here, we do all the talking, and what happens? I want to say what happens is that change begins from you as an individual. If we who are represented here at the 76th Annual New Year School and Conference would agree and purpose to bring about to effect a change in any of the 5 Ps, I can assure you that a year by this time, there will be great transformation in our country. The whole idea of the New Year School is to expand knowledge, bring insight, and challenge us as Ghanaians, and to coming together with a national agenda that would inspire and drive national development sustainably. So the last 2 days has engaged the attention of very inspiring speakers, speaking from various dimensions of the theme, inspiring us. The question I want to ask you, dear participants, at the end of this session, what is your take home? How have you been engaged with the 76th Annual New Year School? What are you taking back to your station? And what are your resolutions in terms of supporting the national development agenda? The reason for which, since 1948, the Annual New Year School has been in existence, to mobilize national consensus behind national development agenda. As we bring the curtain to a close on yet another exciting New Year School, dear participants, it is my hope that we who are privileged to have benefited from this knowledge-packed event will go back to our various destinations inspired and challenging our colleagues that we have the reason to ensure sustainable development for our nation in relation to the connectedness of the 5 Ps. Of course, not to overemphasize the theme, human capital development is at the base of any sustainable development. The environment is the foundation of all human existence and activity. Peace, of course, is the driver for developing partnership. And partnership cannot survive without the ecosystem of connecting all these key variables to ensure sustainable development. We are looking forward to the 77th Annual New Year School, where like-mindeds of yours and I will be engaged on this very important enterprise of how do we continue to enhance and facilitate our national development agenda. You are a key participant in Ghana's developmental agenda. Without you, our nation Ghana cannot achieve her development goals. I was sharing with a participant yesterday when I was just walking by, and she did mention the level of moral degradation in our country amongst our youth should be the concern of every responsible adult. What was her proposal? We should introduce military service, and I interjected, at least for 6 months. At least for 6 months. The greater participants in this auditorium are teachers. I was once a teacher. It is your responsibility to inform, to remold, to nurture, and redirect the future generation of this country. We cannot afford to let our nation down. We look forward to seeing you and welcoming you to the 77th Annual New Year School and Conference in 2026. Thank you very much for your time. May God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doche. So we are supposed to take another brief remarks from our provost, the provost of the College of Education, Professor Samuel Adekuju. But another assignment has taken him away. But we have our college registrar in the person of Mr. Josephine Drew Cancer, who would do that on his behalf. So please, with a round of applause, let's welcome the college registrar, Mr. Cancer.
I believe Dr. Doche started a confession that he was once a teacher. So I was also once a teacher. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to stand in the big shoes of the provost of the College of Education to say a few words. First and foremost, I would like to request that you give all yourself a good clap offering for your massive participation and for your insightful contributions throughout the period of this school and conference. We are very grateful. The college is grateful for this opportunity and for accepting our invitation to participate in this conference. We are very grateful. And without saying much, I would like to entreat you that you have now become something like trainer of trainers. So you are being sent out on outreach. You are supposed to go out there to provide leadership. Leadership that will bring the resilience that we require in our society. Leadership that will drive people. Leadership that will flourish our planet. Leadership that will bring shared prosperity to all people. Leadership that will bring peace to our people. And leadership that will promote enduring partnership. Thank you very much.
Please, let's do it better for Mr. Cancer, thank you very much for stepping in for the provost. So we are going to take the communique from Dr. Simon Peter Kafui Ahetu. Dr. Ahetu is the director for the 76th Annual New Year School and Conference. And this is what we do every year, after which we submit the communique to government, hopefully to influence policy. So I will now call on Dr. Ahetu to do that for us. Please, a round of applause.
Good evening. Good evening. All too soon, we have come to the end of another enjoyable school, but yet stressful one. We all agree that school is very stressful. Is that not it? And this one is school and conference, or conference and school. So a lot of stress. So I present to you the communique of the 76th Annual New Year School and Conference. We had a theme, attaining the 5 P's of sustainable development for a resilient Ghana: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Participants arrived on Monday, January 13th, and the school was opened by Her Excellency the Vice President on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025 at the Great Hall, and the main school started yesterday, or we continue with it, and we are ending it today. Tomorrow we are going to continue with the youth school, that is 16th January 2025. Physical and virtual participants are around 500, but we had about 250 participants, registered participants. The conference facilitated in-depth discussions on the following subject areas, 5 areas: how to harness technology to empower the future generation of sustainable development, ways to protecting the natural and built environment for sustainable development, signaling a call to action to address the destructive effects of illegal mining, leveraging financial technologies for prosperity and addressing regulatory challenges, promoting peace building and democratic governance to protect the country's achievements following successful elections, and finally, exploring partnerships and facilitating cross-border trade through digital commerce. After this year's deliberations, the annual New Year School and Conference, we, the participants and organizers, put forward the following points as our communique. 1. Recognizing the significance of digital integration within Ghana's pre-tertiary education system, participants highlighted the necessity for policy that supports technology training for teachers at the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACA. This support should be incorporated into professional learning community sessions to develop the 21st century skills for the new generation. 2. Education stakeholders must take decisive action to recalibrate learning environments that foster digital skills development in Ghana and sustainable workplaces. This includes ensuring the provision of computers for teachers, students, and employees, backed by robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks. 3. To strengthen our grassroots democracy, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives should be elected. 4. Women should be empowered right from the communities, basic schools, district and municipal assembly levels. That is a bottom-up approach towards women empowerment. 5. It will be beneficial for the government to consider constitutional amendments that allow elections of political parties and independent candidates in local government, given the challenges of the past. 6. To preserve the natural resources of Ghana, there is a call for strict enforcement of environmental laws concerning our water bodies and forest resources. To this end, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and the security agencies should closely monitor illegal mining. 7. To promote sustainable energy generation and use in Ghana, the government, through the Ministry of Energy and Water Resources and other related ministries, should speed up the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy. 8. To foster sustainability in the built environment, the government should enable the MMDAs to enforce spatial planning laws, ensuring development projects comply with land and building standards. 9. Network challenges remain a feature of digital user experience in Ghana, and telecommunication companies are encouraged to expand coverage to meet people's demands in the villages and hard-to-reach locations. This will enable more Ghanaians to gain access to available financial technologies, that is mobile banking, mobile money, and online sales and markets and FIDO, or market and FIDO. 10. Telecommunication companies need to enhance the account security of their customers, data protection, and provide them with comprehensive education about the activities of scammers with the support of NCCE. This is essential to help customers avoid falling victims to these scammers. 11. As part of onboarding activities, customers of financial technology services should receive clear information about withdrawal limits and the steps to increase them. This understanding will help them manage their activities effectively and avoid confusion during withdrawals. 12. Digital platforms backed by the government should be engineered to enhance citizen participation in programs and policies, thus allowing them to provide feedback. This will increase transparency and accountability. 13. To protect government data and systems, the following actions should be taken. A. Data must be encrypted, and individuals accessing the data should be vetted. B. Cybersecurity threats should be monitored and an audit trail of users kept. C. State institutions should operate independently from political influence and undergo regular evaluations to ensure effectiveness and efficiency. 14. To improve trade efficiency and compliance with standards, local partnerships and cooperatives should be established among farmer cooperatives and trader unions. Regulatory bodies such as Ghana Standards Authority, Food and Drugs Board should be decentralized, and trade standards be included in educational curricula to enhance regional competitiveness. Finally, 15. Leveraging on public-private partnerships by engaging the telcos and their services to help enhance digital literacy, market access for farmers and sellers by training them on digital commerce platforms. These platforms should be used to educate stakeholders and promote Ghanaian brands globally. Fellow participants, our communique. Thank you.
So the communique, I would say, is what we have all agreed on to be sent to government. So we would submit it as it is, just as he read it to us, to government. So if you realize that some policies are being changed and they are in connection with some of the issues raised in the communique, then you would understand that the deliberations that went on here is really working and it is affecting policy. So we will do that. For the 76th Annual New Year School and Conference, we had several outfits partnering the School of Continuing Distance Education. I would like to acknowledge them. So we have IDEC, if any representative of IDEC is here, you can just wave for us to see you. IDEC. Okay, they are not here. Ghana National Association of Teachers. You see, I love you so much. A lot of people don't know why, but I'm a teacher. Yes, I even have some of my mates here amongst you. Yes, so I was also once a teacher, but once a teacher, always a teacher. Thank you, that is it. And I'm proud to say that most of the people sitting up here are also teachers, but I wouldn't want to, yes. You are also one. Okay. Oh, okay, Prof. Dodu Ayin is also one. Yes. Mr. Kanza, you are not a trained teacher. Oh, you are also, so you see, we are all teachers. So we are all parts of NAT. I hope when we come to register, you won't sack us. We are one of you. So we have NAT, and then we also have DCB Bank. Do we have anyone here from DCB Bank? They are outside. Hey, they should come in. And then we have Ghana Chamber of Mines. Oh, they are gone. Dar es Salaam Group of Companies. They are here. Or they are also not here. NCCE. National Youth Authority. You are here. Okay. Talim University, I know they are not here. ISET. Okay, so a round of applause for all our partners. It is always good to partner people to organize conferences like this. Yes, and I've also just been informed that we have several groups here. I would like to mention some of the groups. So the loudest applause I will get, it means that we had a lot of those groups representing. Poo. Okay, so please, poo is what exactly? Oh, wonderful. Public Utility Workers Union. I didn't get your applause, so it means that you are not really a lot. Okay, they are here. IDEC. NAT. Choboy. So why not? Water River Estate. Water River Estate. Oh, no applause. I'm using somebody's phone in the So, Water River Estates, you are here. Ghana School of Law. Ghana School of Law. Hey, you are here. You see, I hear a lot of people saying we are here, but on my list here, you are only 3. So how come you are all part of Ghana School of Law? And same. And then we have Obuase. I just see Obuase. Obuase. Okay, so our friends from Obuase. Okay. And then I see Uganda. Okay, yes, I have 3 of you here. And then individuals, I see here individuals, about 41 people. Wonderful. So who won? Not one, eh? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So there is something we do every year. We take your experiences. So because of time, today we want to go home early. We can see that you are all tired. And it's good we all go home and rest. We retire early. So I would like 1 male and 1 female to come here and just share their experience with us for these 2 days, what you have learned, what you want us to know, the kind of observations you made, any recommendations you have for the organizers. Yes, 2 people. So 1 male, 1 female. Amongst the male and the female, I'll see who will be the first, who will be bold enough to come first. I don't want to call people, so I just want somebody to volunteer and come and share their experience. Please come. I see 2 people. I hope you are not from the same institution.